Hey, I see Warren said he
Hey,
just Warren. Hey, Mr. Look, but man, everybody getting shot today.
McQueen is the lick. West Side
Look at
is the
this. Let's see.
click.
Hold on. Where's Warren's tweet? Warren messaged it too. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Warren just got his second
There we
shot.
go. There we
Mrs.
go.
Mac 10 Full Life just got
All
her second
right.
shot. Jesse
Mac
just
10
got
is the
his
lick.
second shot.
Oh, Jesse, you got shot up, Jesse?
Just got my second shot.
Hey! I don't have any of my shots yet, but don't worry about that. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah. Got to get it done. Got to get it done. Got to get
Mac
it done.
10 is the lick. West Side is the click.
Can't get enough of this gangster.
Ramsey, what's good?
Stuff. Will Z. Yeah, jump in here. Everybody get comfortable. Get
Will
comfy.
Z, what's good? John Bull, what's good? Don, you damn right.
Yeah. What did you do, baby? You know. Hey, look who's in here.
Hey.
Stranger. Welcome, stranger.
Welcome back.
Welcome
back. Beth's back. I was a big Mace fan. When he came back, I was like really hyped. I was like, oh, Mace is back.
Mason Betta. Where we at? You too can wear Dope Ones apparel by going to thedopeones.com. I ain't gonna say too much because the boss is here, but y'all might want to look around while you're in there, you know.
Sure, Baltimore, what's up?
Kind of peek around.
Cheryl's a Spurs fan, so not happy with what those boys did on Friday. Cheryl, come on now.
Yeah, no bueno, man, no bueno. At least they regrouped, though. I mean, we'll talk a lot about Friday's game. Yeah.
Did you hear this? I didn't.
Really, the lead story is Tim Tebow's back. If y'all in here already, y'all the early birds, you're on top of everything. You should already be on that thumbs up button, man. Let's go.
Did you hear this? I didn't hear any post game sound. I ended up falling asleep on the couch yesterday.
I did. I heard it was like 5 minutes. It was quick.
There wasn't much to talk about.
He tried to tell a joke. Like that's what if you like Ramsey mentioned it earlier. He tried to tell a joke about like the defensive effort, and he said he told Tyrese that it's because he's not playing, and then he kept going, but he's like super dry. And then he like stops and goes, that was somewhat of a joke, by the way, for those who didn't get that on the Zoom. And then, oh yeah, it's a big week, baby. It's a big week.
Yes, indeed.
I might, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it off the air, but I might make a trip over to the Caraway Castle. If you could let the security guards know.
Oh, let me text them right now and let them know.
Yeah, just call down to the watchtower. And let them know I might be coming through tomorrow because we need to coordinate a plan of attack for the big week ahead from Black Bottles 916. I got some ideas. Hope you had a fantastic weekend, and we welcome you in here to the Monday, May 10th edition of D-Lo KC. I'm Damian Barling, my partner Kenny Caraway, the entire chat house here with you. We're thrilled to be a part of your day. If you want to be a part of the show, I'm sure plenty of Kings fans got some things to say here at 916-349-1320. You can also get us in the live stream that we just mentioned there, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. I promise I'm not going to spend the entire day going, I'm not going to do that. Just wanted to get that out of the way here real quick. And now it's just going to be smooth sailing. Chat's already wilding out a little bit, but that's come to be expected, given the fact we had to close the chat 3 minutes into Friday's show. But the boss is here, so everybody's going to behave today as we roll along, and we're in a good mood, despite the fact things didn't go quite the way that we hoped that they would over the weekend. We'll talk a lot about last night's game against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Given what's been going on with the Thunder the last couple of days, the Kings have to win the next game. I don't care about playoff implications. I don't care about play-in implications. I don't care about anything. The Thunder have lost their last 2 games by, I think, somewhere near 1,000. So just
come on, man.
You got to take care of business there. They took care of business last night. We'll dive into that. But unfortunately, the kind of wind was let out of the sail of the Kings weekend, of the Kings season, following the loss to the San Antonio Spurs on Friday night. So, KC, I'll start with this. It was a bad fourth quarter. That's kind of really what it boils down to. It was a shorthanded Kings team who had been playing really well without their players, their best players, going against the San Antonio Spurs team that was desperate for a win, given what the rest of their schedule looked like. And honestly, man, there are reasons, there are moments that you can pick apart to be upset. There are moments that you could pick apart to roll your eyes at. There's a couple of things that happened in the game I have questions about. But overall, they came, they fought. San Antonio was just as desperate as they were, if not more so, and they wound up not getting that one.
Not to sound too much like our guy Trent Dilfer, but it was a basketball game and they lost. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't
solid,
like
yeah. Best analyst in the business here, folks. That's why he's on TV as much as he is. That's why they brought him in for
definitely not as much as Damian Barley.
Well, they
definitely not as much as that.
Well, they bring you in for the big primetime slots following NCAA tournament games, all the big moments. Kenny got to be on. They put me at 11:30 there, just
boy,
in case
Barley, he be living on CBS 13.
Just in case anything goes wrong, it's like, well, it's 11:30. I mean, it's the flagship show and all, but. You know, who knows how many people are watching when Kenny goes out there. But, yeah, that's solid analytical work there, Kenny Dilfer.
And look, what I mean by that is it wasn't like they were overmatched. It wasn't like, this was a team that was so much better than them or a team that the Kings were so much better than, and they let it get out of the way. It's about an evenly matched game. They made some more shots. Yeah. And the Kings didn't. And the Kings were shorthanded, by the way, too. So there's always that. But, I mean, I thought they had enough to win that game. They couldn't hit any shots. Buddy Hield, and mind you, I'm not blaming him at all. I'm just pointing what happened. 1 of 5 in that fourth quarter, 1 of 4 from beyond the arc. Terrence Davis, who had a really good game, only 3 of 7, 1 of 3 from beyond the arc in that one. And their guys, DeMar DeRozan, Lonnie Walker. I told you about Lonnie Walker Jr. or Lonnie Walker the fourth, excuse me. He had 8 big points. DeJounte Murray has some big points down at the end. Rudy Gay, 3 of 3 from the field in that fourth quarter. Their guys made their shots, and the Kings didn't. And that's what happens in a basketball game from time to time. It just got heightened because this one was there was not a lot of room for error for the Kings.
Those are guys with more experience in these moments, also. Which made it tough for the Kings. They picked a hell of a quarter to give up 35 points because that is just something, they had been playing. They've been pretty consistent in what they've done in terms of what they gave up. We'll get to the Oklahoma City game today, but that was their 4th in 5 games, giving up less than 100 points. I don't care how bad Oklahoma City is. Like they gave up 130 and 140 and all of that to Minnesota. They gave up 140 to a New York Knicks team, who the New York Knicks are very good. 130 points, that's not their bag.
No.
Like that was 35 points over their average.
Yeah.
Like, so the fact that he even against a bad Oklahoma City team, that not giving up a ton of points, that's a positive. They were on track, and maybe not necessarily below 100, but certainly in the low 100s. They were on track to do that entering the fourth quarter on Friday. But again, you picked a hell of a quarter for things to kind of go awry for you defensively. San Antonio made a bunch of shots. I do believe those things go hand in hand. But credit to the Spurs for getting the job done when they needed it the most. They have that experience. They have experience in those moments.
Absolutely. And like I said, they, made some shots. Was the Kings defense perfect? No, but Lonnie Walker can play. Like, what I'm saying? Like Lonnie Walker can go. DeMar DeRozan, DeJounte Murray can go. Like it's not like some scrubs was out there making shots. These are some good ball players. And they hit their buckets. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what it comes down to. I know when it got to, I think it was 3. It got as low as 1, but I think this play made it 3 when Harkless got the steal, when Coast to Coast threw it down. They went on like 11-2 run, the Kings did or whatever. I said, okay, here we go. These boys are making some moves, but they just couldn't get over that hump after that. I think they got it to 110, 109 and got it to within 1, but they couldn't get a stop after that, man. And like I said, Lonnie Walker made some big time plays down the stretch.
Yeah, it was it wasn't 110, 109. I think it was 199. It was something lower than that because the final score was the final score was 113 to 104.
It was 197. Excuse me. After the Harkless.
The stretch. We've got to talk about Mo Harkless. There's a number of different players. There's some different angles to the Kings weekend that we got to talk about. And I guess first and foremost, we should mention, as we start to talk about different players, De'Aaron Fox confirmed he was battling the coronavirus, COVID-19. Certainly, we thought that, especially when he didn't come back after the 10 to 14 day time period. It kind of led us to believe, but those really aren't things you want to speculate about. Him and his wife both had what he described as just a really, really vicious bout with it. He described it in detail to Howard Beck, who, by the way, is going to be with us coming up at 3:20. Howard Beck spent some time talking to De'Aaron Fox and writing about the Sacramento Kings. So we'll get his thoughts on De'Aaron. We'll get his thoughts on this current version of the Sacramento Kings. We'll get his thoughts on Marvin Bagley as well, who, one of the glaring things coming out of that San Antonio Spurs game, played just 18 minutes in that one. And we had been getting messages on Twitter. It got to the point where I had to look into it. I thought it was just one of those things Luke was doing. He just doesn't trust him. You mentioned Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo all the time. Kyle doesn't trust Jimmy. I don't think Luke trusts Marvin. In the biggest game of the season, he didn't trust him to be out there. And he doesn't have the leash that I think other players have. And we'll spend more time talking about Marvin Bagley here today, but there are different little elements to Friday's game that you really got to look into. There's that stretch in the fourth quarter. You talking about the game was within 1. Kings come down, start jacking up 3-pointers.
Yeah.
Like one after the other, after the other, after the other. And it's like, yo, run a play. I think the Spurs were in the penalty at that point too. Yo, but penetrate to the basket, do something.
But this is where you need a guy, right? This is where you need a guy. Who gonna get to the bucket on that? I mean, they all can in the NBA, but who against a solid locked-in defense is on that group is going to create something off the bounce? Who is even going to get on the block and do something? Not one of them. The closest one might be Terrence Davis.
That's who I was going to say.
You know what I mean? It might be, and he's not even really the type with a whole bunch of dribbles to do something. It's catching it on the swing, jab, one step and go, and they just don't have those guys. They had a couple of shots. So I mean, they could have took it to the rack a lot more, but there was a couple of times when they got in there. DeLon Wright, I know he missed 2 bunnies at the end, late in the fourth quarter when they were down 1, I think, or whatever. And he got in there, got to the paint, got a little 10-foot, 7-foot shot, tried to go off the glass. It came in and out or whatever the case may be. Terrence Davis had that one driving on the fast break, that driving missed dunk where he got bumped a little bit, should have been called a foul, but he got to finish that one too at the same time. So they had their opportunities at the rim, but at the same time, this is where you need a guy like, I know I just hyping him up. I'm not saying he's like all world or nothing like that, but they don't have nobody like Lonnie Walker who gonna get to the cup and rise over the top of the defense.
Well, unfortunately, they don't have anyone like De'Aaron Fox. That's what it boiled down to. Like that's what it boiled down to, because De'Aaron wasn't there. They didn't have that guy. Hell, even Tyrese probably could have done it. Not probably. Tyrese could have done it. He could have been that guy.
Done it in the off the pick and roll the way DeJounte Murray was doing to them. Tyrese could have been able to do that to the Spurs, but they were super. I mean, hell, a lot of times in those situations, we see them get the ball to Harrison at the top of the key, and he goes one-on-one to the bucket. They didn't even have that. So I mean,
option 1, 2, and 3 being gone finally caught up with the Kings on Friday night
at the worst possible moment. So, like I'm upset because they didn't get it done. I'm upset because they lost the game. No moral victories here. They just didn't get it done. I mean, should Marvin have been in the game? I would have put him in there. But I knew.
Well, I don't think. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I knew once Terrence Davis was having the game that he was having in the first and second quarters, that you're probably going to need him down the stretch.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to take out for whatever reason. Like I even said last night, I'm not going to go too hard on the guy and be hypocritical because Buddy had been playing really well the past few games. So would I have taken him out? Yes. But at the same time, the guy, just like we want Marvin to be in there because he's been playing well, Buddy's been playing well. You know what I'm saying? And he went with Buddy, went with the experience. Not taking DeLon Wright out. You're not taking Harkless out. You're not taking Holmes.
I don't care that. Okay, we'll get more into the Marvin Bagley discussion here in just a second. I don't really care that he didn't play in the fourth quarter. I care that it felt like he wasn't really playing, period. Like he didn't get a chance to get into a rhythm in that game. He only played 18 minutes. Again, the most important game of the season, and your coach reminded you, I don't trust you. We'll talk more about that. And again, this isn't just isolated to the fourth quarter. This is the scope of the game. Luke just does not feel Marvin in these moments. And, we'll talk more about it. If you want to get in, many people are already here on the chat. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. You can hit us on the phone lines, 916-349-1320. Again, Howard Beck of SI, he joins us coming up at 3:20. We are just getting started here on this Monday edition of D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Yes, indeed. This is a big week for the brand, baby. McQueen and the Violet Fog. We've got some things to announce this week that we're very excited about. And if you haven't tried McQueen and the Violet Fog yet, I don't know what you're waiting for. As the temperature rises out there, summer days are here. That smooth delivery with that distinct citrus flavor cools and refreshes every time. I mixed it with a little orange crush out of the Soda Stream this weekend. Woohoo! Y'all ain't ready, man. You need to go on and try that. I appreciate McQueen and the Violet Fog because you can taste the quality in every single bottle. This Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. And you've heard us say it many times. You're going to hear us say it many more. They don't make much, but what they do make is damn good. You can order online right now at drizzly.com, where you can grab a bottle next time you're out at your favorite store. And if for whatever reason your favorite store doesn't have McQueen and the Violet Fog, let me know. Let Kenny know. We'll let our man Ben know, and we'll get that store re-upped quickly. When you pour that first drink, shoot us a picture. Let us know you're feeling it at D'Lo and KC and at McQueen Violet Fog on Instagram. We want to spread the word all throughout the valley. We've got the best gin in the world. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. We remind you here on D'Lo and KC, be responsible. Don't drink and drive. I forgot. We have one more at 1:43.
Okay, I got that one. That's what's going on. That's what's going on, Black Bottles.
Woo!
That's what's going on.
Okay.
Word is out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard they was I'm sitting around, got this little alert from LinkedIn, which I don't go to often. I was like, what is this? And I see that they giving speeches about what we doing over here with McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. Yeah. Spread the word, baby. Spread the word.
Cheryl, come on, man. Stop playing with me, man. Stop playing out here, Cheryl.
Okay,
Stop playing.
Cheryl, knock it off.
Hey, shout out to Manny. Manny hit me up on a personal line yesterday. Wanted to wish a happy Mother's Day to the Queen Bee and Cheryl from Elk Grove. That was pretty dope, man. So they appreciated that, Manny. They definitely did.
Oh no. What is going on here?
Oh my gosh.
Y'all do not know how to act. Y'all do not. It's like, what is this? Like, oh, all right. You always notice when there are new names there, and it's like, oh dear. Okay.
Hey, Black Bottles moves is being made, baby. Moves is being made. It's circulating, man. It's circulating.
We got you. She
agreed. Yeah.
I sent a bunch of D'Lo and Casey stuff to the family this weekend. Oh,
you I'm about to check it out too.
There's some updates here.
Check it out too.
There's some updates here. Okay, I see.
Ooh, I like that.
I see. See, Donnie knows I like tri-blends. We got Black Bottles. We're gonna get you some D'Lo and KC gear here. Yeah, buddy. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
In the words of Mace, I knock my own blank like I'm on my own blank.
Mm-hmm. Whew. We ride along here, baby. Reminder, Howard Beck coming up at 3:20. He talked with De'Aaron Fox over the weekend. He'll fill us in on what his conversations with De'Aaron were like. And he wrote a lot about the Sacramento Kings as well and about their immediate and long-term future. Always anxious to get his opinions on the Sacramento Kings. So we'll talk to him. We'll talk to him about Marvin Bagley's future. As we left the conversation there just a moment ago, we were talking about Marvin Bagley and how it just feels like Luke doesn't love him. It's like the scene from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air when Marvin falls into Alvin Gentry's arms and says, "How come he don't love me, man?"
He falls into Vlade Divac's arms.
That's a whole other story that we'll get to. It's actually probably not a story whatsoever, but it's funny. It's definitely funny. But yeah, Marvin falling in, I guess, to Vlade's arms or Alvin's arms or someone's arms, talking about, how come he don't love me, man? How come he don't love me? The person he's talking about is Luke, because it doesn't, and I understand. So here's the thing with Marvin Bagley, because many people in the chat are already arguing, like, yo, he wasn't playing well. Like, and okay, that's fine. Not necessarily talking about him playing in the fourth quarter. I'm not talking about him playing over anybody, you know, in those moments in clutch time, in the closing moments. Normally when he's in the fourth quarter, it's because he's in a groove and he's pretty much fighting to stay out there. Like, coach, let me ride, let me go, let me play. That was the case when he scored 31 last week. That was the case earlier in the season when he blew past through another minutes restriction. But it felt like, you know, you mentioned this with Buddy a minute ago, KC, is no matter how bad Buddy is playing, with very, very, very few exceptions, he's not going to get the hook.
Mm-hmm.
And you can probably point to the amount of times he's gotten the hook this year. I'm thinking one right off the top of my head. Maybe there's others, but I know you've mentioned regularly a time he got yanked in the third quarter and never made his, you know, way back into the game. It was late in the third quarter. It feels like everybody has a chance to play out of a bad start, except Marvin. Marvin does not get that opportunity. And go ahead. In the most important game, that was my takeaway. In the most important game of the season, Marvin Bagley played 18 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, you know me. I always like to see Marvin Bagley play more time, you know, whether he was having a good game or a bad game. So I'm in the camp. Am I on Team Bagley here? Am I on Team Bagley here, where I want to see him play more than 18 minutes? Sure. I don't know. I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is defensively in a game where, you know, you need stops. Are you going to go to Marvin Bagley in that situation? And the question would be, well, how's he going to learn if he's never in them situations? I 100% agree and understand with that. So I don't have a retort. I would have liked to seen Bagley out there as well. I probably would have liked to have seen him out in there instead of Buddy. But I know who wasn't coming out of the game. I know Terrence Davis was going to be in there,
which is fine. I'm perfectly good with that.
Yeah, I know Mo Harkless. I know DeLon Wright, and rightfully so. I know Rashawn Holmes is supposed to be out there. So the one spot was probably Buddy's spot, and I know you're talking about more than just the fourth quarter, but
yeah, that's. But I'm really talking. I don't always agree with it. In fact, I almost never agree with it. But I do understand why you're leaving Buddy out there. Mm-hmm. You believe, what was he Friday? 5 of 12 from 3. He was 5 of 14 from the field. Mm-hmm. With Buddy, you believe you're going to get the 6th because, Steph Curry, Buddy healed. I don't know if you've heard the Steph, Buddy. That's how it works. So you believe that he'll, even if he hits one shot, he'll hit the one late because he's another thing that he gonna take it.
Oh, he gonna take it.
He gonna take it. Like, he's not gonna be gun shy. He's not gonna be nervous. He is going to take it.
That's for sure.
I don't understand, like, the way he was used leading into the fourth quarter. He never got a chance to get into a rhythm, and coming out of the way that he played on Wednesday, I just don't understand that.
Well, if you look at the game, I mean, the spot for him to come in probably was going to be the start of the fourth quarter. That would have been the spot because, and not saying that it was his fault or anything like that, but he was in there in the third quarter. He comes out, they make that run, they take the lead. That group was playing really well. The start of the fourth quarter, he started with Kyle Guy, Metu. Who else was in there? Terrence Davis, DeLon Wright, like Damian Jones. So that probably would have been the spot. Maybe you have, I don't know, maybe you put Damian Jones on the bench, or maybe you put Metu on the bench, or whatever the case may be, and put him back out there, and then finish with what you finished with. But yeah, I mean, like, I get it. I know when he came out in the third quarter, they went on a run. And once again, not saying they went on a run because he wasn't out there, but that's just the way it worked out. So you're not bringing him back in the rest of the third quarter. Fourth quarter, closing time, you probably want to go with that group that you had out there. And then, the spot would probably be at the start of the fourth quarter. So didn't happen.
I'm trying to figure out what my approach is with Marvin Bagley moving forward. And I think I finally figured it out because we've gone back and forth between try to move him, give everybody a fresh start. And then, he has that breakout game and you're tantalized and you're reminded of the potential that Marvin has, right? It's tantalizing. It's exciting. Like, okay. Absolutely. I think my formula for Marvin is now simple. If Luke Walton is the head coach next year, you've got to trade Marvin Bagley. If anybody else is the head coach next year, Marvin Bagley needs to be here. I think we know now what Luke thinks of Marvin. I think we already know that. What do we need another year of it for? If Luke is the coach next year, what does Marvin need to be here for? Like, we already know you're going to play 18 minutes. You're going to get yanked in the fourth quarter. You're never going to get the opportunity to develop. You're never going to get the opportunity to play in big moments. He obviously doesn't believe that you could play in the biggest moment of the season. So if you're Monty, you got to move on from him.
Yeah, I think that's a little knee jerk. I think that's a lot.
Not knee jerk. That's 2 years worth of a response, or you know what I mean. Yeah. 6 games last year and then this year. Yeah. But yeah, I don't think that's a knee jerk reaction at all.
But it is to say that he just doesn't trust him at all, and he's never going to trust him.
Give me an example of him trusting Marvin.
Well, I mean, there's been times when he has closed out the fourth quarter this year.
In a tight game, in a close game?
Yeah.
Okay. Where he didn't have like 29? Like, he has to be playing otherworldly to get that trust.
Well, more times
29's not otherworldly, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Well above his average.
More times than not, it has gone that way. But, I mean, it's not always like that. To say that if he's here, it's never going to happen with Luke. I don't ride with that one, and vice versa.
And I'll ride solo. I'll just get a little Kawasaki and go by myself. It don't bother me a bit. I'll get a little motorbike and ride by myself. I don't need a passenger on this one. I'll ride with this. If Luke is here, there's no point in keeping Marvin because this is just what you're going to get.
No,
You're just going to get more of this.
No.
You're going to get more of this.
Say that.
How can I not say it?
Because you got a whole nother year of development to go with this.
How are you going to keep developing if you're getting 18 minutes here, 18 minutes there? I think he trusts Chimezie Metu more than he trusts Marvin Bagley.
I don't know.
The fact that you even got to think about it. Like, look at what you did. You just thought about it. Chimezie is a two-way player, or was. He was a two-way player.
Well, that's. I mean, it's a little different situation because I think you're talking about in a specific game. But what have I said since he went down with the broken finger? You can't rely on him. As much as I like him, as much as I want him to be here, as much as I believe, much as tantalizing as his talent is, I've said since this last injury, you can't rely on him. You can't say we're good because we have Marvin Bagley here.
But you're changing.
You can't coach like that either, though. You can't be like, well, we're good. We got Marvin, so we're going to come back to him in the fourth quarter all the time.
But you don't have to do that either. You just went from one extreme to the other. I don't think you don't have to approach it like I'm not talking about Marvin being the go-to guy.
Even a reliable option. He's not there yet. And that's why I say you can't say that today, that in the future.
What's another year going to do?
Another year, another offseason, another opportunity to show that he can stay consistent
in the same system
rotation.
With the same coach, with the same blah, 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 over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Okay.
You improve. You get better. You stay healthier. You go in the lab over the summer and you work on things and you come back a better player. And you show your coaches, yo, I'm ready
until you get off to a slow start and you watch Buddy Hield stay out there and you watch Rashawn Holmes stay out there and you watch all these other players who get off to bad starts. You watch Harrison Barnes have a stretch of 7 games where he's awful. You leave all those guys out there, but let Marvin slip up once. His ass is on the bench.
Look,
tell me I'm wrong.
I'm on Team Bagley. Those guys have shown over a period of time that you can rely on them. Maybe not Buddy, but they've shown over a period of time that you can rely on them. They can bounce back. They know necessarily what to do in these tight moments. Marvin hasn't shown that. Will he show at times next year? Sure. I hope so. I certainly hope so.
I hope so too. Because I think if he's here next year, it means that someone else isn't.
And that's a whole nother story.
Well, we're going to get to it. Well, I'll get to it right now. Go ahead. What do you want to do? Here, let's mention this first, because there's a number of Kings things we need to talk about today. Luke admitted yesterday that De'Aaron and Harrison may not return this season. Mm-hmm. They're basically, and I think this is one of the frustrating things. Friday felt like the death blow. It felt like the final Mortal Kombat finish him move, but it wasn't. Like, still, we're our brother with the calculator.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, like it's the big reaction is when you realize, oh, it actually can still happen. Mm-hmm. Like, okay, that's more frustrating than anything else. You need everything to go right, nothing to go wrong for this all to be possible. Spurs got to lose them all. And looking at their schedule, that's not entirely impossible. They got the Milwaukee Bucks tonight. Right. You need I think it's Memphis and New Orleans tonight. So that kind of works, either way for the Kings. You're probably pulling for Memphis to knock New Orleans down a bit. You could pull even with them with a win against Oklahoma City tomorrow, them being the New Orleans Pelicans. And then you've got to find a way to beat Memphis twice, likely with this same lineup. And you've got to find a way to beat a Utah Jazz team who maybe Utah isn't playing for a damn thing next Sunday. But Utah's second or third unit
went to work on the Kings.
Yeah, they are probably going to be just fine. Yeah. So that you've got the Kings need to win tomorrow. Like, there's no excuse for them to lose to the Oklahoma City Thunder tomorrow. But they're going to have to. These are going to be a tough 3 games ahead for them. All while scoreboard watching, hoping the Nets don't let up, hoping the Knicks don't let up, hoping the Suns don't let up.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. But
hoping the Bucks don't let up tonight.
If they win their games, I'm confident they'll get in, because I don't believe San Antonio is going to.
They just need to win one.
They do. They just need to win one. But well, I mean, this is the ultimate best case scenario. Kings win out, then San Antonio needs to win 2. I think there's a scenario out there where the Kings can go 3-1 in this Final Four. They can lose one of the Memphis games or the Utah game or whatever the case may be. And if the Spurs lose out, which is very possible, because I don't think they're playing good basketball at all. They're going up against tough opposition every single night. They
fell on their face Saturday night.
Yeah.
Right after the Kings game, they went out there and they got blown out by Portland.
So it's very possible that happens. Kings are in. Kings, remember what I just said. Kings lose a game and they can still get in. Now, all of this stuff is hard. All this stuff is a little pie in the sky. Absolutely, because that's a lot to ask for a team. I think I got to look at the schedule again, but if the Spurs if they lose out, that means they would have finished the season losing something crazy like 10 of 11 or something like that. Like they haven't, aside from the Kings win, I think they were on a 5-game losing streak before that. So that's asking a lot. Ramsey's in the chat always asking about why don't we talk about New Orleans, and that's understandable, but I don't expect New Orleans to do much of anything either as well. They got a big win last night against Charlotte, but I think they got a long road ahead of them to finish ahead of the Kings if the Kings were to win out. So a lot of it is, like I said, a lot of it is pie in the sky. A lot of it is a lot of hope. I understand that, but they're still alive. They're still alive. And they're playing good basketball.
And maybe that's what all that matters at this point. Maybe you stop pocket watching everybody else, right? Maybe you stop watching the San Antonio Spurs and you stop watching the New Orleans Pelicans or the Memphis Grizzlies or who else, and you just go like, what's happening here? And that's, you go to Luke Walton's line last night. Well, we're going to coach things out, until we're mathematically eliminated. We have an approach that we're going to take with this team. If what you say is true, or if you believe what you say, and then that the Spurs don't win another game, they're not going to be mathematically eliminated until they lose.
Right.
They can't lose tomorrow.
Right.
I can't. Right. You can't lose to Oklahoma City with what Oklahoma City's doing right now, and then that leads you to what we got a Thursday and Friday, I think.
Yep. Thursday and Friday in Memphis
with Memphis. So it leads you into that, and at that point, you're talking 3 games left at that point. So what are you going to shut Marvin down more? Because you can't shut Marvin down. You got to let Marvin play. De'Aaron's already gone. Tyrese is already gone. Harrison is already gone. Well, what else are you going to do? You're already playing with your second unit. Let's let these guys continue to run. Let these guys continue to play. If Buddy's going to want to play, I mean, that's just Buddy's nature. He's going to want to play ball. So just let him go. I don't know what his strategy is. I don't know if this is getting an in-depth look at Louis the King or Justin James or whatever, but I would rather watch this than watch Justin. No offense to Justin James or Kyle Guy. I'd rather watch this crew. I wouldn't mind getting a little look at Louis the King, but other than that. And how many times can you go into health and safety protocols?
I guess 20 times.
Hassan Whiteside lives there. He's got like a permanent residence in the health and safety protocol. Either this is an excuse or he is literally the stupidest human being that's ever lived. How does this keep happening? How does this keep? He can't. It's not like he's testing positive over. What was he hanging? Well, now the one exception. What was he hanging out with De'Aaron? Or did he take De'Aaron to the doctor? If that's the case, then that's okay. But how do you keep ending up in these situations over and over again? Yeah. This is like his 4th time in health and safety protocols.
I don't know.
It doesn't make any sense.
I don't know what's going on there. I gotta be honest. I have no idea.
How does this keep happening? Hey, if he was taking care of De'Aaron, hey man, that's a good teammate right there.
I don't know what he good teammate take care of De'Aaron for.
I don't either. That's probably against that's probably against NBA rules to have a teammate taking care of another teammate under health and safety protocols. But I couldn't help but burst out laughing when I saw Hassan Whiteside was in health safety protocols, because he is, dude. If we can keep Hassan Whiteside in Sacramento just for his social media presence and nothing else.
Yeah.
No presence on the roster, nothing like that. Just keep him on social media. I want Hassan Whiteside around. Past that, and just keep him in a permanent place in health and safety protocols, but let him IG story everything because he's a personality and he's fun. And I fell out when I saw James Ham tweet that he was in health and safety protocols.
I'm a Hassan Whiteside fan when it comes to just his energy and
100%
personality
100%
of him on the team. I was going through the roster, and we'll talk about this as well. I don't think they're gonna need him next year. You know what I'm saying? So there's that. But
yeah, I don't think Hassan Whiteside's going to be back here next year.
I don't know how. I don't even know if they could give him a fake roster spot. Like I think the roster is. Well, I mean, it's almost set. It's almost set.
Oh, okay.
It's almost set.
Please, okay, I hear you. Please elaborate. Please elaborate on how this roster is almost set. This is the roster for next year. By the way, shout out to Hassan Whiteside. Has Hassan ever tested positive? Do we know?
I don't know. I'm not gonna say do we know. I don't know.
I don't either. But he's been on it. Like Hassan might be an experiment, like the government. Like, hey, Mr. Whiteside, we got to talk to you. We've got to figure out like what's happening here. Can we see you for a minute? But tell me more about this set roster that the Kings have.
Okay, and once I said it's almost set. Oh, right? See that's how people go viral for not quoting people. I said it's almost set.
Oh, my apologies.
There's only like a spot or two left, but let's go down the list. You got your point guard De'Aaron Fox. That's one. Tyrese Halliburton is shooting guard. That's two. I'm assuming no trades either. By the way, when I do this, Harrison Barnes at the 3. I got Marvin Bagley at the 4. Got Rashawn Holmes at the 5. That's 5 players. Then you got DeLon Wright, 6. Terrence Davis, 7. Buddy Hield, 8. Mo Harkless, 9. Chimezie Metu, 10. I haven't talked about Damian Jones yet. I haven't talked about Robert Woodard, people like him. I haven't talked about him yet. I haven't talked about a draft pick that they may make. You're at 13 people. So if you think it's not close to being set, tell me who you want gone out of those 13. I want Buddy gone. I want Buddy gone. And that's about it. So you're still going to have to bring somebody back. So you got probably multiple guys. So you got 13 still. And what are you getting for Buddy?
Players. It's going to be Buddy and somebody. It's probably not just going to be Buddy. It's going to be Buddy and somebody.
I don't even know who that would be. It would be like
I don't either.
Justin James type guy.
Maybe.
And I didn't even count him. I didn't even count him there.
It sounds like you just want to run it back.
I don't necessarily want to run it back, but I like what I see from these guys. I think the bench is good. You can always fine tune it and bring a guy here and there or whatever the case may be. But I like the bench of Terrence Davis. I like the bench of Mo Harkless. I like the bench having DeLon Wright out there. That's 3 guys. We all like Freeport Metu.
King for life.
King for life. We cool with Damian Jones. That's 5 guys. We're cool with everybody always talking about they want to see Robert Woodard and was going crazy over what he did in the Gubble. That's 6 guys on the bench right there. Okay. So if you're trying to make a move,
how are you going to do all of this?
Huh?
Have you worked out have you done the calculator with my man? Like, have you worked all this out? Because Rashawn's going to be pricey-ish. And then
Mark said. I asked him specifically. I gave him the names. I said, I want Harkless back. I want Holmes back. I want Bagley back. Can you do that with Buddy and Barnes? I don't know how he came to this conclusion, but he was like, absolutely you can.
It's actually it's in the article that he wrote. And I think it has the Kings within this is only a slight exaggeration. Has them within like $100 of the salary cap. Like it's like really, really, really close. So I don't know, man.
Now look, ideally you would move Buddy Hield. That's
In a
ideally.
perfect world.
I'm not saying I want to run it back and just bring back Buddy because that's what we want to do. No, you want to move him in his contract if you can this offseason. But you got to be real with yourself. I talked about it last week. I don't know how realistic that is. I don't know if you can move Buddy this particular offseason. So
you think it's because of the cap space available for other teams out there?
Cap space available, who he is and what he's making.
Right. No, I got you. Yeah. Because you've got to unload. You would just be taking money back. So, but this is where you have to trust Monty. This is where you need to, it's where you need to get in the car with me, get in my Maserati and ride with me. And let me tell you, like, hey, this is the Monty Maserati. All right. You've got to trust. Like when you get in the Monte Maserati, you're trusting Monty McNair. And so he found it, he found a gem in Terrence Davis. He found a gem in DeLon Wright. He found guys that worked here for the way that he wants to play. Maybe you're not getting a dynamic 3-point shooter back. Maybe you're not getting a guy who's going to be the 3-point champion of the world. And maybe you're not going to get a guy who's the second coming of Steph Curry. Maybe you're getting something else that fits what Monty is trying to build here. That's where I'm riding with Monty. I've got a seat open in the Monty Maserati if you want to ride with me.
You know I'm fooling with Monty.
Okay.
You know I am. I like what he's done so far. He's a little.
I don't know if Cheryl from Elk Grove got in your head yesterday. I just wanted to make sure.
No. Okay. I said I'm looking at what he's been able to put here since the trade deadline. I like these pieces.
Been a win. Yeah.
The next piece they need is the star. Another star. Or close to it. It's not, you're not looking for another DeLon Wright, another Terrence Davis. You're not looking for that. You're looking for star. Okay,
what if I said instead of star, what about starter? Hold on to that. Hold on to it. Antonio, we see you. Or Antoine, Antoine, we see you. We're going to get to you here in just a heartbeat. Don't hang up. You want to get in on the phone lines, you can. 916-349-1320. We're back more. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
Russ wins player of the week. Okay. No, we'll just get Antoine. Man, we got insulated bottles and everything. Man, it's mad D'Lo and KC swag.
I got to get up in here. Hold on, I'm tripping. Ooh. I mean, we can talk about that on the show. Wait, let me bring them in here real quick too. Real quick. I mean,
I got you.
I'd like to think about it.
Kings fans wanted you dead after that.
Yeah, they were mad that I even suggested.
You ain't even allowed to ask questions.
With the trade machine. I like Barnes and Bagley, like it's the primary deal, but we might be able to work something out for Buddy and Barnes.
Okay, if you want to work something out for Buddy and Barnes, then we could work. Now the thing about it is, and if anybody who doesn't know, I just asked the question yesterday. I said, how would you guys feel about Kemba Walker being in Sacramento for a fair deal? And they just hated it and hated me. It's crazy.
They did. They hated you. They absolutely hated you.
Jesse, our Boston Celtics fan here. Kemba, I mean, something's got to change. Right? Somebody's got to go.
Yeah, I mean, Kemba, like it's been 2 years. We've been waiting for him to be healthy and stuff. It's just not working, so you got to move on. Like, there's no point in waiting.
Wow, giving up on.
So is he like not healthy, or like where he's not healthy playing well, or is it where he can't play back to backs and stuff like that? Is it that type of health?
It's almost like the Hayward thing, where it's just like he can't stay healthy, and even when he does, it's just I don't know. It's like it's not the Kemba we expected, I guess.
They need a point guard like a Chris Paul type guy. They need that type of dude. Maybe they move off Kemba, get Mike Conley or something like that. But I'm not saying they need to move these guys, but Jalen and Tatum. I gotta see if that works.
Could I just do with Kemba, Grant Williams, and Carson Edwards for Barnes and Buddy?
Absolutely.
Mm.
I'm not mad at taking that Kemba.
Oh, just gonna throw you all keep talking. Just throwing that up there for everybody.
I'm not mad at taking back Kemba. At the thought of it. There's some rotation issues that need to be worked out. He's making a lot of money. I understand that. Maybe you could probably. I wonder if you can convince him to pull a Derrick Rose. And Derrick Rose is doing it with the Knicks. Today's 15-year fix. Then you got the line right, but you put him in the line right with Pierce Davis in that second year. They're explosive.
That's a lot of play on the bench, though. That might be bad business.
It is. They're going to reach another level. They're going to have to take some bad money on the DVR. Gotta watch that.
That's good.
That's good. Can you dig it, sucker?
I you know what, the second I saw Hulk Hogan, I was like, what are y'all doing?
That's his man's though now. That's his man's though now, ain't he?
See, I don't know whether it is or it isn't. It's just I don't believe Hulk Hogan gave a crap about Booker T when he was in WCW. And that's, they've got this great music and how great of a name is Harlem Heat. Like, dude, shut up. You weren't paying a lick of attention to Harlem Heat or Booker T in WCW. Knock it off.
I agree.
Knock it off. Did the Kemba trade come with a time machine?
Give average 19 points a game.
We're preparing all things for the Kings next season. We're going to do that at 3:20 when Howard Beck joins us as well. I asked you a question. You keep saying we need a star. And I said maybe we need a starter. And I'll explain what I meant by that in just a minute, Kenny. But first, I want to get to these phone lines. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. Of course, you can get in on the chat as well. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and YouTube.com/ESPN1320. We hope you'll hit the thumbs up while you're there and subscribe and do all of that good stuff. But let's get to Antoine. Antoine, what's good, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
You all right, man? What's up?
Man, long time listener, man. I just want to let you guys know that you guys are doing amazing things in our community. And it's just a pleasure to be able to talk to you guys.
Oh, we appreciate you. Thank you, fam.
We appreciate that.
But, Casey, I got an issue with you, man.
Oh, man. Nice. Man, you always got an issue with me.
How you know me, Team Bagley? Just 2 weeks ago, I was listening to you talk about trade my man for Jason Tate of the Houston Rockets.
Well, I did.
He got tantalized.
I did get tantalized by his performance, particularly against Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a situation where they need to get some of this money off the books. And if you can't rely on Marvin Bagley, I was looking to move. After what I saw in those games against Dallas and everything, it snapped me right back into reality, to be honest with you. And I was like, you got to ride this thing out. You got to ride it out.
Listen real quick. I mean, I understand you when you say that you can't count on them. I think you can count on them. But I just want you to go back into the records, into your memory banks a little bit, and just tell me how many games has De'Aaron Fox missed through his entire team's tenure?
We'll get the answer for you. I know it. I don't think it's anywhere near Marvin Bagley, but I could be wrong.
It's not near Marvin Bagley, but it's a lot of games. It's a lot of games, and I'm just worried that us as a community, as Kings fans, that we kind of pick on that young man a little bit too much. Like, he's 22 years old. You know what I mean? And I'm close to basketball as far as high school, and this man has been a phenom since the age of 14.
Absolutely.
And it's crazy that once we touch him, as far as the Sacramento Kings, now, you know what I mean, we don't have no plans as far as development. He can't play with us. I mean, that's kind of weird to me.
See, and Antoine, my thing has never been his talent. It's literally been since he's gotten to the NBA, he can't stay healthy. You can't rely on him to be healthy, not rely on him skill wise and rely on his game. I've always loved his game, but if he's not out there for you, he could have all the game in the world and it won't matter. But I have rescinded that a little bit. After seeing him, I said, look, man, you gotta ride this out. And I still can't rely on him. But I just gotta ride it out, man. I gotta if he's hurt for the remainder of this contract, then that's what it is. But I gotta see it through. So that's what my stance is.
And I know most people aren't accustomed to this. You're allowed to change your mind. I know that's I've told you the rules of broadcasting is you can never change your mind. You have to ride an opinion to the death. But it's okay to change your mind, especially based on new information, or in Kenny's case, being tantalized on a Wednesday night.
To defend myself a little bit, man. Damian, you know, I've never been get this guy out of town. I don't think either one of us have.
No, you haven't.
You may have to look to move on because you can't rely on.
That's what you've been. That's what you've been from the beginning. Is I don't feel like we can rely on him, or not since the beginning, but since the last time he was injured. That injury set in.
I've loved this town since day one. Hell, I was the one. I've always said, get him the ball, give him the ball. They don't give him the ball enough. So
I agree with that. I agree with that. There are things he has to get better at.
Mm-hmm.
He has to get better defensively.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that he can. I'm not of the belief that he can't. No, this is it. 22-year-old Marvin Bagley. This is it. This is who he is. He is not going to get any better.
Right.
I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that at all. Like he can get better.
I like his skill set. I still believe that he has the talent to be a 20-10 guy in this league. Just need to be given the opportunity, to your point, to what you were talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to be given the opportunity on a consistent basis, and he needs to be out there on a consistent basis. So
he shouldn't be in a position where if he's not like 6 of 8 or if he's not 5 of 7,
mm-hmm.
In the first half or first quarter or something along those lines, that he's playing 20 minutes a game. Now it's fine. I think he played 21 minutes yesterday. That's fine. The Kings were up by 40 or whatever it was. Like it's fine that they limited his minutes yesterday and ran with Damian Jones and Chimezie Metu out there. That's an entirely different situation when you see Mo Harkless only played 25 minutes, Rashawn Holmes played 24 minutes. That's the course of the game. It's another thing when you see 4 starters playing 36, 37, 38, 39, 40 minutes, and then there's Marvin at 18. And it's not just isolated to the game against San Antonio. Of course, Terrence Davis was playing fantastic. There were guys who were playing well. I don't feel like you put him in a position to where he could be playing well in the fourth quarter. But I also feel like Friday, the game against San Antonio, was closer to what we've seen this year in terms of Luke Walton and Marvin Bagley than what we saw in the Dallas game on Wednesday.
Yeah, that's been.
Or was it Dallas Wednesday? Was that the 31-point game?
That was Indiana.
Thank you. Sorry.
I was thinking about the Dallas game on Sunday when he played really well.
Mm-hmm.
I would tell Marvin Bagley, you can't get caught up in things that you can't control. And even if Luke doesn't trust you right now, you got to get to the point where he has to have you on the floor. He has to have you on the floor. There is no room for slip up. There is no room for pointing a finger. And I'm not saying he's doing this, but pointing a finger, blaming somebody else for the defensive rotation. It sounds crazy, and it's maybe an unrealistic thing, but you have to have the mentality that I'm going to be all things on the court. Every time I step on the court, in the game, in practice, in shoot-arounds, I'm going to be all things out there, and I'm going to force him to say, we can't not have Marvin out there. You got to force him. You got to force his hand. And if we had Luke in here right now, I bet he'd tell you the same thing. He said, make my job hard. Make my job hard. Make it where I trust Metu, but how am I going to take Marvin out right now? I trust Holmes, so how am I going to take Marvin out right now? He's got to get to that point. It doesn't happen overnight, which it happens with consistency in practices and in games.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, on Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. It's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can watch along with the show. You can take part in the chat house there, or you can listen anywhere on the Odyssey app, wherever your smartphone device is. Just download the Odyssey app, search ESPN 1320. Hit the heart button, save us as your favorite radio station, and you can listen to us on the go. You can listen to us in the grocery store. You can listen to us anywhere on the planet. We've got you covered. despite the loss on Friday, there are a lot of things that have gone well for the Kings over the course of the last couple of weeks. And this is what you mentioned there just a moment ago, KC, is that the team is playing well. Mm-hmm. You know, yesterday they had 8 guys in double digits, and it's a lot harder to measure, you know, a team versus Oklahoma City than it is anybody else. Like, we know what Oklahoma City is. We know exactly what they're doing right now. Right. They're in no need for W. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, their best player, he's on the sideline hanging out with his mask on. He's not concerned.
Travis Scott last night.
He kind of did. And hell, maybe they're singing Travis Scott records in halftime, because they're accomplishing what they're setting out to accomplish. They're not trying to win basketball games right now, so it's difficult to measure what exactly you're seeing. But it doesn't really matter, because we've seen this team lose to Minnesota, right? Mm-hmm. We've seen this team lose games that you feel like they shouldn't lose. You feel like, hey, you know what? The Kings aren't very good, but they're not that bad. And we've seen that a couple of times this year. So the fact that they're going out there and they're getting the job done against Oklahoma City, the fact that they're going out there and getting the job done against the Los Angeles Lakers, the Indiana Pacers, the fact that they are playing well defensively with this unit without their core guys there. Their core is gone with De'Aaron and Tyrese. The core is gone. You expand it and just include the core guys with Harrison Barnes. They're gone. And the fact that they've been able to kind of have a cohesive flow on the defensive end, man, that's a huge positive as we head into the offseason.
I love the way they're playing. And I think the way these guys are playing that are out there right now, I think it's something that's sustainable. I don't think it's a situation where they're, playing teams at the end of the year and some teams have one leg out the door, 1, 2, 3 Cancun. The contenders aren't taking them seriously. I don't think that's the case at all. I think these guys play hard. I think they play well. I think it's consistent with what they've done over the course of their careers. Mm-hmm. When you talk about a DeLon Wright, when you talk about a Mo Harkless, we're getting introduced to somebody like a Metsu, who is a really good ball player. Damian Jones. I mean, he's been disappointing in other places, but he's not even setting the world on fire here. He's just playing solid. You know what I mean? I think he can play solid again next year and not embarrass himself. Terrence Davis. Hey, shout out to Ramsey. Shout out to myself, because we told y'all Terrence Davis looked nice. Terrence Davis looked nice. Mm-hmm. And he's playing. I'm not surprised by how he's playing. And I think that's going to be consistently who he is for the rest of his career. So you have things where you got these guys who are playing a certain way right now. I think it carries over into next season. The only thing that ironically, the thing that I don't know carries over is the playmaking of Buddy Hield, the decision making. He's been doing a great job as of late, kind of facilitating here and there. And I'm like, I don't know if that's sustainable. I don't know if them good decisions are sustainable. You know what I mean? But I mean, he's done a really good job. He's been
way too responsible lately. I'm not confident that this is gonna. I'm not confident that we can keep doing this.
Yes, but he's playing really well. I like the way they're playing, and I think that it can carry over into next season. I think the core guys getting acclimated into it.
Core indeed. In the core, just for those who are just being introduced to this program, the core is De'Aaron, Tyrese, and it now includes, there's a third man.
Who's it? But who's he with?
Hollywood Marvin Bagley has made his way into the core at least for one season, at least for one more season.
I also said
we thought he was in the max. You talk about core. We thought he was in the max.
Yeah, I'm also of the belief you give him that second contract.
Okay, let's slow down.
We ain't got to slow down. You take a chance on him.
No, slow down. What? No. Okay.
I ain't think you got to max him out.
Well, since you're referencing our conversation with Bobby Marks, let's reference it again. That's going to be the toughest deal to sign.
It's going to be a tough one.
He's essentially, this is the rookie contract that's similar to the difficulties of signing a quarterback. coming off of their rookie deal. You're either the big money quarterback or you're Jameis Winston.
Mm-hmm.
You're either big money quarterback or you're Marcus Mariota. There's like no in between there. And so with Marvin, it's tougher to hit that in between. You use Steph Curry as an example, where Steph Curry had the ankle issues, and he kind of, when he signed the greatest deal in the history of professional sports, team-wise, the greatest deal in the history of professional sports, he was market value, and that was still considered a risk for Golden State until, of course, he set the entire world on fire the following season.
Now, the thing about, and you're 100% right, but the thing about this that makes it, and it's a great analogy, but it makes it different from the quarterback argument, is they'll let the market dictate what you are with this rookie contract, and then then it's completely in the king's court. Like this year, we can try to come to a understanding and a good deal, or whatever the case may be. If you think you're worth more, all right, ball out. We'll see what it is the next year. And I still got control. I can say, all right, you're getting, there's somebody's offering you the max. I think I want to match that, or I think I don't. Or you can go out there and somebody's only offering you 4 for $50 million or something like that, and I'll match that, or I won't, whatever the case may be. So the ball is still in the court of the Sacramento Kings.
No one's going to offer him the max, so that's the good news in your theory. So no one's going to offer him that.
He can argue that this offseason if he wants to. I'm like, oh, okay, you think he's going to get the max? Well, all right, play again. Play on a basically a 1-year deal, and bet that you'll stay healthy for the whole year and get the money that you're probably asking for. Or you can secure the Bagley this season.
Shout out to the YouTube chat. Thank you.
You can secure the Bagley this offseason for another 3 or 4 years, and maybe a little less than what you think you might potentially get, but you got that locked in.
Is Marvin Bagley the most? Because I tried to. It's difficult. We are doing a live radio show, but I feel like when we talk about Marvin, that chat just gets riding from Twitch and YouTube. Like it's just like it's message after message after message. And is Marvin the most, I don't know if polarizing is the right word, but is Marvin like the most contentious debate amongst Kings fans since DeMarcus?
I would think so.
I mean, they're different, not the same, but kind of like you're talking about his long-term future here, similar to the way you were with DeMarcus. Different reasons, of course, but man, it feels like when the subject centers primarily on Marvin Bagley, boy, this chat house goes wild. And you heard, Antoine's call earlier. I mean, 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on the phones, Casey.
Yeah. Well, I think he is. And I think the reason for that, Bogey was pretty close this summer. That was a close one.
I just think, but I don't think that was the player. I just think that was the situation.
Yeah,
that was just a situation with Bogey. I feel like Marvin, it's him, it's the player, it's his mental health, it's his injury history. It's like everything that encompasses this, 22-year-old young man. With Bogdanovich, it was just the situation involving his contract, and do you match it or you don't?
No, I mean, I understand that completely. And I think it is so contentious was the word you used, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's that because I think both sides have valid points, have valid arguments. Like anybody who says, he's right now, he's not core, Poker Pro Eric and John Bull are going in the comments saying he's not core. John is saying he is core. I can understand the argument on both sides. I get it.
Highest honor you can get here on D-Lo and KC, by the way.
Core is like creme de la creme.
Mm-hmm.
But I can understand where somebody's like, nah, hell, I'm the one that said you can't trust them. How you gonna have somebody that you can't rely on in your core? I did it somehow, some way, but I understand somebody saying that don't make no sense. But you look at his game, you look at his talent, you look at his potential, and it's like, man. And then you look at the situation of being here in Sacramento and free agents in the past, and to be honest with you, free agents moving forward. It's like, man, you gotta ride this thing out. You could be wrong. You could be wrong as far as like holding on to them and keeping all, spending all this money on them or whatever. But if you hit, woo, sky's the limit. Biggie Smalls 112.
Just keep on pressing on. I'm so like in a different place with this organization than I was a year ago. I'm looking at the Western Conference right now, and I want to get to Vlade being in attendance at last night's game and all of the different videos that circulated. Sean Cunningham just had a great one. It just had to be the most flawless timing ever from Sean Cunningham. Marshall Harris is texting us, how do I apply for D'Lo and KC core status?
Oh, he's core.
Fam, you are core. What you mean? Marshall Harris, Deuce, Mo, that's core.
That's core.
That's core 100%.
Amin Al-Hassi is not core.
He's not. He's two-way getting he's two-way getting cut, not guaranteed.
We got him in health and safety protocols.
It's more times than Hassan. Yeah, he's in health and safety protocols more time than Hassan. I know what this is going to sound like, so I'll take my lumps for it.
Okay.
This team's making the playoffs next year. This team's making the playoffs next year.
And I'm not laughing because I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing at.
This team's making the playoffs next year.
I agree, and I'll ask you this question on top of that, and maybe this is your reasoning why. If this team is here from the start, are they in the playoffs?
I think
are they in the play-in situation at the very least?
And that's the other thing. I don't know that there's going to be a play-in next year, and if I do, I think it's going to be different. I don't think it's going to be the same. I don't think the play-in is going to be the same. You don't need a play-in tournament with 82 freaking games, at least in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's Maserati Monty. It's my Maserati with Monty McNair. I believe he's going to do this right. And this team cannot pass the Buffalo, San Diego, Los Angeles, Donald freaking Sterling led variety of Clippers in longest drought in NBA history. You're going to get stuck matching it, which is whatever. You can't do anything about it at this point. But I think next year, I think they're making the playoffs next year.
I think they're on track. I like what Monty has shown me outside of letting the opportunity to get Kevin Porter Jr. go. Outside of that, he has shown me nothing but positive things this year with his draft, with his evaluation of a guy like Metu, with what he was able to do with the trade deadline. I like everything he's done so far. He's making the right moves. I trust Monty McNair to continue to make good moves. The other thing about it for me is I don't think they're that far away from being a playoff team. Like literally, like
they're obviously not that far away from being a play-in team.
Even a playoff. Like I don't with this roster healthy and an addition of a player or two here and there. I don't think that I expect them just like you to make it next year.
I know a couple of people have brought this up. I think Jason Jones wrote about it. I think Jason Jones even talked about it with us on Friday. Instead of going 0-18 in those 2 9-game losing streaks, if you just go 3-15, like think about how horrible of a record that is.
Right.
4-14, we're talking about something totally different. Something totally different. There's still a little ways out of the playoffs. Playoffs now are 6. Right. They're 9. Like they're not there. Like play in is now 7, 8, 9, and 10. And they're still a ways away from 6.
I think that play in is going to continue though.
Maybe it will. Maybe it will.
I say that to say that'll still give them this window that they have right now next year to try to get into the playoffs for sure. Yeah, man. I like Monty. I like the way the roster's filling out. It's not finished. It's not complete. There's some things that they got to tweak. They got to get better with. But
you need luck. also, by the way.
Absolutely.
Because I'm going to point something out, and this is knock on wood because it's not something I'm hoping for, but I guarantee you Phoenix Suns fans, it's in the back of their mind. This has been a glorious year for them, right? It's been fantastic. They're 48-20. They're still competing for the number 1 overall seed. Worst things worse, they're 2. Okay. But what's been the knock on Chris Paul? He gets injured at the most inappropriate time.
Yeah.
He gets injured at the worst time. Part of the reason that the Suns are where they are, they've played 68 games. I don't think Chris has played all of them, but he's played damn near all of them. And you need him to be healthy, obviously going to the playoffs. But the point being is they've had luck on their side. Denver, their luck ran out a little bit. Like they lost some guys. The Clippers, they've been able to maintain their health for the most part. The Lakers have not. The Lakers are now in a play-in situation. They haven't been able to maintain their health. So a lot of you need Monty to execute all of the right moves. You need Monty to do everything right. You need guys to buy in. You need guys to step up. But you need some luck. You need guys to stay healthy. You need Marvin to play 70 some odd games next year of an 82-game season. You need De'Aaron Fox to be able to play, 78, 79, somewhere around their games in a season. You just have to have a couple of balls bouncing your direction.
You do.
And they never do.
You do, but you don't need that much luck to get what we're talking about. Like what you're talking about is 1, 2, 3 in the conference. You don't need that much luck to get 7, 8, 9, 10. You know what I'm saying? Damian Lillard, CJ McCollum missed a bunch of time this year. Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr. missed a bunch of time this year. The Warriors have dealt with injuries. The Lakers are dealing with injuries, and look, they're at 7, 8, something like that. I think if you have a roster that can sustain the way it looks like this team, like we talked about De'Aaron Fox having to do everything.
I feel like you're about to dive into something. I'm gonna have you hit the pause button. You're about to dive into something with De'Aaron Fox. So I'm gonna hit the pause button. I want to come back there. You'll finish your thoughts on De'Aaron Fox, and then we'll talk about your man's who was in attendance at the game last night. The legend that is Vlade Divac. We'll talk about that as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Twitch, YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's number 1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Next break, Casey, you'll have McQueen. Speaking of McQueen, you know what goes good with McQueen?
Oh,
a D'Lo and Casey hoodie.
Oh,
you can sip your McQueen out of a insulated D'Lo and Casey cup. You can get your D'Lo and Casey t-shirt. Available at thedopeones.com. Rep your gear and tag us when they finally arrive in the mail. Tag us so we know that you're repping. So that you riding. Yeah, no, Eric, we would not be discussing that whatsoever.
Wait a minute. I was on the other screen. Let me see what Eric talking about. Jesus.
Thanks, Vlade. Thanks, Vlade. Oh, man. I hope all these random people who pop their head into the chat hit the thumbs up and subscribe buttons as well. Yeah, just if you're going to pop in, Vlade, hit the thumbs up, would you please? We have 56. We should be able to approach. Where's Roddy, by the way? Where the heck is Roddy? All right. I'll stop it. There you well, let's rep for John. Let's get to 13 more. Get to 13 more likes. Come on, children. 13 more, 13 more. Hit that thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up and go to thedopeones.com. Hit that thumbs up, go to thedopeones.com. Subscribe too if you haven't subscribed. We gotta get to 1,000 subscribers sometime soon.
I would talk to Kemba. The first thing I would try to do is get him to come off the bench. That's what I would try. Would he do it? Probably not. Whatever.
Kemba would. Kemba's not that dude. He would.
I would look at him to be like, yo, you and DeLon coming off the bench.
It's a $31 million bench guy.
Yeah, you can't get caught up on that though.
Oh, let's go. Okay. Oh, Max, I think you tagged this, Max. I think you posted that pic.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Max.
We retweeted that pic. That's good stuff, man. Oh yeah, there was no question that the fam's gonna love it. That's where you go.
That stuff is bomb.
Yeah, that's where it's at. I can't wait for Wednesday. Wednesday. That's gonna be exciting. Wow, let's see. Oh, I forgot. I gotta refresh now. Oh, y'all get John his thumbs up, please. Look who's here. Oh dear. I told you that gold Bel Air is where it's at. That, but again, that's just if you like it's dry.
That's the brute.
Okay, there you go, Chad. Now Chad's the kind of guy we ride with here. Let's get Chad a bottle of Bel Air for that. That's good stuff. Talk everybody into listening to D-Lo and KC.
Absolutely.
Don't ever let him change the station. That's pro ball player J. Cole right there.
Yeah, it is.
How many people can drop an album and get announced they're playing pro ball in Africa in the same week? Well, that's J. Cole.
Roy Jones and J. Cole, that's about it.
Roy Jones plays pro ball?
He did. He played pro ball and
he dropped the album. Okay, who could drop an album? Who could drop a good album and do it?
I don't know. Not too many guys.
Chris Brown could.
Reason.
Okay. Who's Reason again?
Come on, man. Step a game up. TDE, man.
Okay. All right.
Reason, my guy.
The reason that we're here?
No, I'm telling you, Reason.
The reason that we
just clip this. I'm gonna tag Reason. We're gonna have Reason on the show.
Okay.
Reason is my guy.
Oh, there you go. There's a good call. Thank you, John. Like Dame Lillard could absolutely drop an album and play pro ball in the same week. I guess Marvin Bagley could too.
Absolutely. Yeah, he could
Marvin's album was actually really good. It got caught up. He got caught up in the whole like Dame Lillard thing, but the album he put out was really good.
He got bars. But my guy Reason, he's the best rapper basketball player in the game. We're gonna have him on the show too. I'm gonna talk to him.
Okay.
Reason the best, he's the best ball player rapper in the game.
Like I just want to be clear, he's better than Dame Lillard.
Dame Lillard he's not an MC. He's a basketball player first.
Okay, so he's the best MC first, then basketball player. Okay, I got you. Okay, I got you. Not basketball player, rapper.
No.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. I'm with Cole. Reasons by Earth, Wind, and Fire is where it's at. Speaking of reasons,
Marcus. Let me know what time it is, man. Come on now.
Speaking of reasons, I don't know what the reason for Vlade Divac being in attendance last night, but it made for a great viral moment for Sacramento Kings fans who Sean Cunningham, I know there were a lot of clips of it, but Sean's really stands out because he caught an animated discussion between Monty, Vivek, and Vlade. And it was, oh God, what are they talking about? Like you just look at that and you hope that they're talking about what to eat after the game, or you hope that they're talking about where they're going, like you hope no one is trying to like drop pointers or advice or
Vlade can talk to him about basketball.
Absolutely. From a player's perspective, he can talk about basketball from a player's perspective. That's it. He cannot talk about like from a front office perspective. He can talk about it from a player's perspective. He's a great player.
That's not necessarily fair, though. It really isn't fair.
Why not?
Because Vlade did have some hits. Vlade had some hits. Don't look at me like that.
I'm just waiting for you to elaborate. Like, what hit did he have?
Bogdan Bogdanovic for one. He hit on the Rashawn Holmes pick or signing, excuse me. He hit on going out and get.
I'll give him Rashawn Holmes. That was a good, like, weird latent free agency signing that turned out to be super, super valuable.
Of
course, your big free agent acquisition was Dwayne Dedmon, but please, that's fine.
Nobody said he was perfect or even
you still
near it.
You got Rashawn Holmes, but let's bring into context what else you did. Before you signed Rashawn Holmes, you signed Trevor Ariza, and you signed Dwayne Dedmon. Kenny Caraway broke the Trevor Ariza news here.
You didn't ask about his failures. You said what hits did he have. Now you bringing in his failures.
Well, if your entire album is trash, but you got one good song on it, is that album a hit?
Did anybody say the album was a hit? He's got a hit song. That's all I said. That's all I said is he had a hit song. I didn't vouch for the album.
What if he was a baseball player? What would his batting average be?
Probably it's definitely below 300. It's probably about 2 something.
Probably like there's probably a 0 before, like 0.83.
Come on, man.
It's bad. Like, what are you talking about? It's bad. No, come on, nothing.
Y'all got to stop this. Y'all got to stop this. Just because he passed on Luka.
It's not about Luka. No. It's not about Luka. It's about Dwayne Dedmon. It's about Trevor Ariza. It's about Willie Cauley-Stein. It's about Yorgis Papagiannis.
Yo, all these people who are up here talking about Vladdy's trash was championing the hell out of Dwayne Dedmon. Let's not. So y'all stink too. Because y'all can't evaluate to save your life either. Because they champion
how much. Everybody in the chat, everybody at home, just collectively, if you're at work, if you're in your car, keep one hand on the car. Just use the other hand. Raise your hand if you get paid millions of dollars to evaluate basketball players.
What does that have to do with
hands up? Look, I'm looking. I'm sorry. I'm looking around. I'm talking to the people listening. You hang on a second. If you get paid to evaluate basketball players, raise your hand. If you get paid to be the general manager of the Sacramento Kings, go on, raise your hand. Everybody, go ahead. Everybody.
I want. All I'm asking for is the same type of energy. Don't come up here and be like, not saying this is what you did, but don't come up here and be like, Vladdy sucks for getting Dwayne Dedmon. And y'all was the main ones talking about Dwayne Dedmon would be a great sign.
Who are y'all? Who's y'all? Who are you talking to?
It was our people. It was our people. And our people, I talked to them. I know them. They're good people. They'll admit that they was wrong, just like I was wrong with Nick Stauskas. I'm not coming from being holier than now. I thought Nick Stauskas was going to be a good ball player. I was wrong. But we got the Jills. We got the Tim Maxwells. We got almost all the people over to Kings Herald who were like, yo, Dwayne Dedmon is that's the move.
Wow. Calling out names here. Like,
that's
okay.
That's my people. And look where I came from.
Dwayne Dedmon champions. Okay.
I came from a place where, look, we all make mistakes. I thought Nick Stauskas was going to be great. Not great, but I thought he was going to be good. I was wrong.
Very wrong.
Very wrong.
That wasn't his pick, though. I'll give him that. That wasn't his pick, though.
The thing about Nick Stauskas, though, is I can't believe that he just forgot how to shoot when he got to the NBA. I saw him at Michigan, and he was automatic from all over the court. And he gets to the NBA, and he becomes a bricklayer. Wide open shots, just bricklayer. I couldn't foresee that happening. But I was wrong.
Is he still in the league?
I doubt it.
I think he might be. Maybe not. I don't know.
Here Max talking about Kenny snitching. I ain't snitching. We having a conversation amongst these are my people. We having a conversation.
I need receipts though. Who signed off on this?
Talk about that all the time. That's why I fool with him, because he's like, yeah, I was wrong about that. I wanted him bad. I was wrong. It's all good. It happens.
It took 4 games. 4. I give my man Eric Brewski all the credit in the world. He was screaming for the Kings to sign Rashawn Holmes from like day one. He was like, hey, this could really work. This, go get this guy. And then finally, I don't remember exactly how long into free agency it was. But it was a while. Yeah, it was a while into free agency before Rashawn Holmes landed here, which is why I say all of the time, I want Rashawn Holmes in a Sacramento Kings uniform moving forward. Bad. Fam, get that money. Secure to Bagley. Secure to Bagley is our squad here, is our screen name here from our man Secure to Bagley. Secure that bag, Rashawn. Go get it. Go get it.
Hey, like I said, man.
Oh my gosh.
I got a new YouTube account, Kenny's Friends on Twitter. Go check that out.
That looks similar to another avatar that I see on here regarding someone's ratings, but
so my whole point of this was, look, man, he can talk to him about basketball. Vlade ain't completely inept when it comes to evaluating basketball players. He missed. He got quite a few wrong. He got the most important ones wrong, to be honest with you. That's really what it comes down to. He got the little ones that helped the team a little bit. He got those relatively. He was cool with that. I don't want to say he got them right, but the big one.
He rolled the dice. Wrong. He rolled the dice on Harry Giles, which was fun. It didn't work out. He partly because he wasn't here. It wasn't going to work out anyways because he got pissed at him and started pouting and didn't, pick up his option. So he was gone whether Monte was going to be here or not. But I'll give him. No, I'm not giving him anything. Like he can't have it. Like I'm not giving him anything. Sorry, I just won't. But he's welcome in the arena. Again, he's a beloved. He's a beloved player. It just was. There's another still shot, and I don't remember who posted it out there. Our girl Tara had a funny caption for that video as well. It made me laugh. But there was a good still shot where Vlade and Vivek are talking and Monty's like kind of turned to the other side, and I don't know if he's on his phone or he's looking down at a paper. He's looking at something, but he's looking away from them, and it's just Vivek and Vlade talking, and it's like, oh dear God, what's happening right there? Oh no. Vlade has been announced as the Kings' new advisor, senior advisor. Oh, Vlade Divac. I wonder what he was. So here's a question for you. We're dead serious question. Mm-hmm. If the Kings, what are the Kings right now? They're 30 and
38, I think. Huh?
So they're one win away from matching their win total last year, by the way, which is probably a conversation to be had. But if the Kings were like 20 and 48, like they were really bad, mm-hmm. would Vlade still show up?
I doubt it. Hell no.
Because it's almost like, okay, look, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. I could be here. It's fine. Like you guys are the same. Look, everybody, and I know you want to get to this. Everybody says, "Oh, this roster is so much worse than last year." But you're finishing with about the same record. You may surpass last year's record. So Vlade feels like, "Hey, I could be here. What's the problem? Y'all still paying me? I might as well show up."
That could absolutely be the way he was thinking. I still wouldn't have came. I don't know why he came, but
I don't know what he was. I wonder, like, was he just passing through town?
I gotta assume he still lives here, huh?
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, I gotta assume he still lives here.
Maybe he does. I guess he wasn't let go that long ago. Like maybe he very much still does live here. I don't know why. I didn't think about that.
Yeah. Well, Jill says Doug's birthday. Maybe Doug had a little birthday party on Saturday or something like that.
Well, that's pretty foul because I didn't get invited, but that's cool. I guess we're on opposing teams now, so can't get invited. Can't invite D-Lo and KC to the party. No problem. Sorry, DC. I know you listening. That's okay, fam. Probably out on the golf course right now with us in his earbuds on the Odyssey app. It's all love, baby. It's all love. Invite Vlade to the party, but not me. No D-Lo and KC, but we gonna invite Vlade.
What? Hey, man. DC, it's all love, man. One of these days we're gonna get back champagne and campaign. We're gonna have a little McQueen together. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. And DC don't care about stuff like that. Now he'll be out there. There are some others to be like, hey, don't tell anybody. But yeah, no, the DC will roll like that. But go ahead. I'll let you do it. I know this is what you want to do.
I had a couple things going on. Which one?
Go ahead. Like go because I know I mentioned that the Kings they beat. I say this again. The Kings have to beat Oklahoma City tomorrow. Not because they need play-in, not because nothing. Oklahoma City has been outscored by 490 points.
Come on, man.
490. 490 points over their last 25 games. That is the worst by any team in a 25-game span in NBA history. They are also 1-21 since they are the reverse Undertaker. They're the reverse Undertaker streak at WrestleMania. They are 1-21 since the start of April. That is stunning.
And but I mean, I can see why. No disrespect to these young guys at all, but once again, I'm watching last night, and outside of my guy Mikhailov, I don't know who these people are. Yeah. They didn't even have Dort out there last night.
Dort's too good for that at this point. It's like, hey, Dort, hey, man, load management. But no, that's not what I'm talking about. They're gonna match their win total from last year. They're gonna have an opportunity to surpass it in the 2 games against Memphis and the final one against Utah. Mm-hmm. So you've been saying all year, you, Jason Jones, the podcast formerly known as J Street Vibes, y'all have been saying
talking tonight
all year, oh, this roster is so much worse than last year. What do you guys expect from Luke Walton? Go ahead. I know you want to do it. Go ahead.
Well, I just think I think Luke Walton should come back next year to start the season. Yeah. I mean,
okay. Wait a second.
Is that breaking news? Is that something that I should be an epiphany or anything? No, it's not.
Something you should be ashamed of, is what it should be. Now, but I noticed something there, and tell me if I'm reading too much into this.
Okay.
You said Luke Walton deserves the opportunity to start next season.
That's what I said last week too.
Okay, so does that mean is he on a games restriction? Like if it goes south 8 games in, 9 games in, it went south with who was it? Earl Watson, 3 games in.
I mean,
15, long leash, short leash,
15 to 20 games.
See, you don't listen. You didn't listen. You were preparing your next question. Don't you remember what Bobby Marks told us on Friday?
He said, "Don't do it." I don't live my life by what Bobby Marks said. I listened to him.
Which one of us referenced Bobby Marks earlier in today's show to back up their point?
Because I said he told you can do it financially. But Bobby Marks, I listen to him. I respect him. That's my guy, Bobby Marks. But I understand what you always talk about. What they do in Atlanta this year. Got him up out of there midseason, got Nate McMillan in there. Everything's all good.
You got a coach the caliber of Nate McMillan ready to take his job?
I don't know. There's a bunch of guys out there that people are talking about they want who we either have never seen them coach or they got spotty resumes too.
Well, I'd rather have someone I've never seen coach than the spotty resume we've got now.
Okay. I knew this was
by the way, we'll get Howard Beck's. Good. What would you pull some numbers? Would you do some research? Would you go to the trade machine? What do you got? Howard Beck's going to be with us at 3:20. We'll get his thoughts. One, he talked to De'Aaron Fox, but we'll get his thoughts on the future of Luke Walton, the future of Marvin Bagley as well. And we'll get his thoughts on what the relationship between De'Aaron Fox and Luke Walton may mean for Luke Walton moving forward. And I will say this, I think we're going to know one way or another 1 week from today. Just my opinion. I think we're going to know one way or another 1 week from today because he's enough on the hot seat to where you make an announcement that he's back. It's not like you just let it ride. You know what I mean? Like, I think they'll announce he's going to be back or they'll announce that he won't be back.
You know what I always say, Damian, about this whole Luke Walton thing. You need the horses. A lot of people just like, oh, he just stinks, as a coach. Yeah, feel that way. I'm not here to Is
there a difference between not thinking he's good and thinking he stinks? I just don't think he's a good coach. I don't think he's like god awful, the worst, whatever.
Right.
I just don't think he's a good coach.
Right.
I think those are two different things.
I understand that. But I looked at some of the people that and you look at him as it's just like, hey, he's just not a good coach. Like you look at him and you say he's not a good coach. I know people who talk about bring in Kenny Atkinson, who came from Brooklyn. did a really good job in the third season there. And went 42-40, play really well. You know what he did in his first 2 seasons?
What'd he do?
20-62,
Mm-hmm.
28-54.
Mm-hmm. Those were his first 2 seasons as a head coach in the NBA?
Those were the first 2 seasons in Brooklyn with
Okay.
that franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Then he goes 42 and 40, does a great job.
Mhm.
Next year, they're kind of underachieving, 28-34. He gets fired. This is the same guy everybody want. He went 20-62.
You
28,
generalize
54.
you generalize too much. I don't think everybody wants Kenny Atkinson. I think there are some people that really like Kenny Atkinson because he's
different.
he's a development coach, and I think that's what some Kings like. He's really good at developing players. I think that's the belief, is that he's really good at developing players.
Everybody likes Monty Williams though, right? What he did and what he's doing in Phoenix.
I do.
Right?
I liked Monty Williams before he got to Phoenix, by the way.
Okay.
I wanted Monty Williams to be the head coach, and before they finally took it down about 6 months after this show started, there was audio proof from a previous radio show that had me singing the praises of Monty Williams before he was signed with anybody.
I just processed that whole sentence you just said.
I remember everything. Everything.
Monty Williams, though, in New Orleans, I'm assuming, I got to look at the rosters again, but I'm assuming 46-36 in his first season in New Orleans. I think they had Chris Paul. I'm pretty sure they had Chris Paul. Could be wrong, but 46-36.
Okay.
He then goes 21-45, 27-55, 34-48, and then was able to go 45-37. Even last year, did it with Phoenix, 34-39. I think that included going 8-0 in the bubble. So he needed an 8-0 finish to get to 34-39.
Okay.
So my whole point is, there are coaches that people really like, that people really respect, that when they didn't have the horses, like I keep telling you guys, have stunk. You would look at, and I think Monty Williams is a good coach, but you would look at 21-45, 27-55, 34-48 in 3 consecutive seasons and be like, nah, he's a good coach. Ain't nobody in Sacramento saying that. So Luke Walton, if you just look at him and say, I don't think he's a good coach, that's fine. But if you want to base it off, the record, all right, well, let's look at the record for all these other guys that you really want. And you'll see that some of them, they weren't always roses either.
That's fine. Let's ask another question here. You talked about Monty Williams. Monty Williams is a good example. I'm not going to. I don't have I've never dug in as deep with Kenny Atkinson before, so I'm not really on that train. I get why people like him. I get what he does well. I'd love him as like the number one assistant, which I think is what he is right now. I think he's the lead assistant for Tyronn Lue. Monty spent time in Oklahoma City with KD and Russ and Harden.
Yep,
you ever hear those guys talk about Monty Williams?
Utmost respect.
People around the league, way they talk about. You ever hear any players here talk about Luke Walton?
Here right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do?
Absolutely.
Tag
the
me
best player.
Past like what was the line from the oh shoot, I closed it. No, here it is. He I know there was some like line thrown in at the end. He's someone that I've grown to trust. Past that, what have you heard? That's what De'Aaron told Howard Beck about, and we know what Ramona Shelburne told us here on this show. Past that.
Well, your favorite player, Draymond Green, loves Luke Walton. Am I wrong?
Hashtag not my favorite player. I know Steve Kerr, of course. Like I expect Steve Kerr and Draymond Green. I won't look down at that. Sure,
well, okay,
sure. I won't look down at that.
But all I'm saying is let's not do that, because you asked me if people around the league have said good things about Luke Walton. I bring up guys who have, and it's like, okay, we won't look down. No, they have.
Okay, that's fine. I won't look down at that.
There's been people on the other side who think he's trash. I remember Steven Jackson. I think it was during the De'Aaron Fox interview on All the Smoke. He was like, Luke is trash.
Yeah, it was.
So I mean, there's been people on the other side. I don't think it's. I think
Tell
Monty
me,
Williams
what do you
has
see
more of an approval rating than Luke Walton does?
What do you see from Luke Walton that go, man? This you played at a level I can't imagine. What do you see from Luke Walton that says, yo, this dude, he's got it together. He'd be a good coach for this team.
I mean, I consistently say, and I see what he's doing right now. And that's not changing. What I don't know how good of a coach he is, but I do think his relationships with these players, I think that matters.
Okay.
His philosophy to the game is on point. Now, can he get that message across? Can he teach it where they can execute it? I don't know about that. But when you hear him speak about the game, he's not speaking wrong. He's not saying anything wrong. It's just, can he get that message across enough for them to be able to execute it? That's something that he does well. But on the flip side, not being able to get them to always buy in is an issue. Last week, DeLon Wright was talking about, I think it was after one of them wins. He was like, man, we just sitting up here executing coach's plan. We just got to keep listening to coach and execute what they're telling us to do. I mean, it happens on the positive side. I just look at it where
Coach Rex claiming, Coach Alvin Gentry,
right?
Coach Lindsey, Coach Lindsey Harding, Coach Bobby Jackson.
Absolutely. Look, and for those in the crowd who I know they're coming into the chat, I know they're tweeting me or whatever, and you think Luke is bad and you want him gone, I understand that too. I'm not beholden to Luke Walton, but, and Howard Beck will talk about this a little bit more, but De'Aaron Fox talked in that article about having consistency and having a same cohesive voice to learn from. And the point with me bringing up those guys was, for some of those guys, it didn't happen right away. They had to be around 2-3 years to kind of get people used to their voice, to get a certain type of player in there that they want and that could work with them. And then they were able to take off and do some good things. And sometimes that's how it is. Like there's guys like Tibbs who can turn things around immediately. And then there's guys like Kenny Atkinson who need to kind of find his way around how to coach in this league, how to communicate with players, how to get the bust out of his roster. And I mentioned Tibbs. I wrote him down in his first year. People think it's always instant with Tibbs. Not the case. His first year with Minnesota, he went 31-51.
We'll continue this conversation regarding Luke Walton, his future here, potential coaches for the Sacramento Kings. And the best thing we saw this weekend, you'll never guess what mine is, because it's only going to be topped by what I'm going to be watching tonight. That's next here on D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Your man, Kenny Caraway, in the building now. And I just had a nice little weekend. A nice little weekend. Was max and relaxing. The heat came up a little bit. And you know I like them hot summer nights. And there was a couple times this weekend when I had that good lemonade and McQueen in the Violet Fog gin combination. And it was chef's kiss. It was so sweet. It's that distinct citrus flavor that cools and refreshes me every time. No lie about it. And what sets McQueen apart from me is the fact that you can taste the unmatched quality in every single bottle. The Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. So that always tells me, they don't make much, but what they do make is damn good, man. So if you want some of what I had, that McQueen in the Violet Fog gin, you can order it online at drizzly.com, or the next time you're out at any of these stores, you can grab a bottle, pick it up at the store. And if the store does not have it, let me know. All right. I will talk to my guy, Ben. Let Damian know. He will talk to our guy, Ben. And we'll take care of that, man. Get the re-up and get you the bottle that you're looking for so you can enjoy McQueen in the Violet Fog the way we do. Show us how much you love and enjoy McQueen in the Violet Fog gin by tagging your post at D'Lo and KC and at McQueen Violet Fog so we can spread the word and put the entire valley onto the best gin in the world today. After 500 years, it is time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen in the Violet Fog gin. KIFM reminds you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive. I almost forgot about that.
KIFM reminds you to head over to the dopeones.com. Use promo code DLO and KC at checkout. That's dopeones.com. Get your kids' hoodie today. Get your t-shirts. Get your tri-blend t-shirts. Get your insulated cups. Get your DLO and KC gear at the dopeones.com.
Here's the other thing that we say about developing Kenny Atkinson, developing people and things of that nature. And while I'm keeping the same energy I want you guys to. I think guys get better because they get more experience in this league. If you're going to say Kenny Atkinson helped develop those guys, you have to say Luke Walton is developing De'Aaron Fox, is developing Tyrese Haliburton, is developing Rashawn Holmes. Now, you guys don't think that's true. You guys don't think that's the case. So why is it the case when somebody gets better under another coach that, they developed under them, but the guys that have gotten better under Luke Walton, they did not develop?
Do you think anyone here developed DeMarcus Cousins?
Not really, no. He just got better as a player.
That's the case with De'Aaron.
I think that's the case with everybody. Y'all the one that says these coaches do that. They don't. Y'all, no. I got more faith in Rico Hines helping a player develop than any of these head coaches. But that's how I look at it. Rico Hines is the development guy. Phil Handy is the development guy. Frank Vogel getting anybody better in LA? No, he's coaching, he's doing his job. So that's what it is. But I'm just saying, if it can't be every other coach in this NBA. When they get somebody, they develop better. But the second somebody else shows better numbers, because that's really all you're really basing it on, is the guys are improving numbers. When the second somebody has better numbers with Luke Walton, it's just because they got better. It's not fair.
Fair? Fair?
It's not fair.
We'll talk about fair?
Where did Leezy come from? I ain't heard from Leezy all day. Leezy pop in here.
I think Leezy's the Vlade handle. You've been hanging out in other chats. Yeah, buddy, you know what it is. Make sure you give us a follow on Twitter and Instagram. It's at D'Lo and KC and at ESPN 1320. You can watch along with the show, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Benjamin thinks I'm being unfair. D'Lo never wants to give Luke credit when he deserves it. Unfair.
I'm going to stop Benjamin right there, because I think last week you gave Luke some credit. I
gave Luke some roses last week. Yep, and he deserves roses for the way that this team is playing right now. That doesn't influence, and I said this last week, Benjamin, and if you missed this last week, one, your absence was not excused. You're not allowed to miss the show.
You got to watch the post show.
You've got attention indeed. But the way that they're playing now doesn't change my opinion on the entire season. And I said this last week, and I'll say it again. If 1 week from today they say Luke Walton is the head coach next year, cool. That's Monty's biggest decision to date, and he's got to ride it out. Like, this is where I disagreed with. I think it was Marshall on Friday, where Marshall was saying, who knows? Maybe you have to keep him because of money. Maybe you have to do this or that. Regardless of whatever it is, this is on Monty. Like this is on the decision regarding Luke Walton to stay or go is on Monty. And if outside factors are influencing that, well, this organization is screwed anyways. If they can't if he doesn't want Luke Walton here and they can't let Luke go, and he wants to, and that's what Monty wants to do, this organization is screwed anyways, and none of this matters, because it's the same old people from above interjecting their opinions or interjecting, well, we've got to do this. We got to do this. You're still, if Monty wants to move on, but is still suffering from the mishandling of Vlade Divac, then this thing isn't going to get better. It's not going to get better next year. It's not going to get better any year. This is just going to be a repetitive cycle. It's just going to keep happening over and over and over again. which is why I think my rule is sound. I created this rule a couple of years ago.
Okay.
Your team misses the playoff 10 years in a row, you have to sell it.
Wow.
Not now. Now I'm not talking about moving. I'm not talking about relocating. I'm not talking about anything like that. I'm talking about you have to sell the team. You are too incompetent to be an owner.
Well,
I think that rule is sound, and we would be at. I think we'd be at 8. I think we'd be at 8.
This year 8 and 9 will be next year.
I
think that's what it is.
I think that's right. I think that's correct. This is year 8. Next year would be year 9.
Yeah.
And think about who we're talking about here. We'd be talking about James Dolan. He's going to snap that streak.
Mm-hmm.
But would anybody be arguing for James Dolan to sell that team? Who's the other one? What was this? Sarver? It'd be the other one we're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sound. I'm a genius. This is better than the play-in tournament. Come on. You got anything else on coaches?
LeBron, and I'm gonna say whoever came up with that idea needs to be fired. No, that's what you. It's okay, that's fine. I mean, it would give people hope.
It wouldn't be. I mean, there's not very many coaches. There's not very many owners we'd be talking about, and it's like it's not retroactive. Like it's not 15 years for Vivek.
Mm-hmm.
It's 8 or 9 or whatever we decide the number is. That's what it is for Vivek, and he's got a year to fix it. And I said this to you a second ago, and I'm gonna stand by it. Even if Luke Walton is the coach next year, this team is making the playoffs. They almost don't have a choice. They have to get to the playoffs because this fan base is on the verge. You got to get to the playoffs next year.
Let me
you can't be in the same conversation as Donald Sterling. Go ahead.
No, but let me ask you this. This is extreme. But if Donald Sterling made the playoffs 7 out of 10 years, but he was Donald Sterling, would he he's allowed to keep the team?
Well, no, there are other situations that there are other developments that can cause you to have to sell the team that are unrelated to the new D'Lo rule.
I only ask that because and we're having fun with it. But I only ask that because we both agree, and I think everybody agrees, Kings are A+ everywhere outside of the basketball court. Like A+, developing the city, being in the community, doing all this other stuff. So it would be a shame if all that would have to go because they can't make the playoffs in 10 years. And then you get the Maloofs coming back in here who would just run. It'd be like Uncle Scar in Lion King taking over the Lion Guard. Just be dark and cloudy.
Okay. 916-349-1320. Let's go to Ramsey. Ramsey, what's good, man?
What's up, gentlemen? Just want to get in early about the best thing I saw this weekend.
Wait a minute, Ramsey. Who told you you were part of this? Where'd that come from? Did I miss a meeting? I missed one. I'm giving you a hard time. What did you see this weekend?
DK Metcalf.
I missed that.
That was cool. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
A 10.36, 100 meters, 6'4", 230.
Did he win?
No, he was last.
He was last?
Yeah.
He finished last in the heat, but the point is he ran a 10.37 in 100 meters.
You don't have to look for him either. Like when you saw the video, you see the starter line and you go, which one's DK? Yeah. And then they stand up to run and you go, oh, he's that guy. He's the one right there who's like 35 pounds larger than everybody else.
Beast. DK.
If he had the right technique, he might have been a 10, maybe a 10 point, like mid 10-1.
I don't think his technique was bad, though. He looked like a sprinter to me. He just looked like a very, very large sprinter. He slowed down. Like you could see him. He kind of... He didn't have the burst. So the thing with the 100 meters, and Ramsey, correct me if I'm wrong. Thing with the 100 meters is the start. Like the start is the most important because your time to accelerate, you just don't have much because the race is so short. And then there's normally a deceleration around like 80, and his deceleration hit like a little quicker.
It hit a little sooner, and his start off the block wasn't the greatest.
Yeah,
I just watched it just now, and that's not like it's no knock. He still ran 110 seconds, but it took him forever to get going.
10 seconds.
10
He ran
seconds.
10 seconds. Now, that would have been the worst 100 meters in history if he went 110 seconds.
It took him forever to get going, though.
Anything else, Ramsey?
That I know Kenny will get to the fight for it.
Oh, yeah, he will.
Man.
All
You
right.
already know what it is,
He
Ramsey.
will. We appreciate you, Ramsey. Thanks. Let's get to Big Al here real quick before Kenny tells us about a fight. What's up, Big Al?
Hey guys, Casey, I love you. You kind of stick up for me a little bit, but on this one, D-Lo, you are it today, buddy. I am so with
Oh,
his
what?
concept. I'm so with his D-Law as his concept, but I got some
the owners.
too. On the owner thing. No, listen, man, I know you're the giving love.
I'm with it too. I'm with it. It's okay.
Yeah, you're Sacramento's all that, but I mean, then ultimately, don't you have to say the fan base? The Chicago Cubs, the Giant fans for like 50 years. Like, who's more? I don't want to say idiotic or stupid, but I think the ownership that just drives it down but still makes your money, or the fans that continue to support that kind of a structure. Just because it's my city and I got to support them. I mean, at some point, after a really long time, more than 10 years, it could be, 20 years. How do you still stay with that kind of an organization and say, oh man,
Because you're fans. Like, I'm not going to fault fans for being fans. Like, they're not responsible for the Maloofs or for Vec or for Pete D'Alessandro or for Vlade or for any of that nonsense. Like, they're fans of the team. They're fans of the uniform. They're fans of the product. I can't.
You can become a fan of a team that you admire because they have superior leadership all the way top to bottom, and just say, I recognize my city, my team. Well, I won't say city. My team, they just don't seem to have that. And you're right, though, and it's been that way for a long time. It wasn't always that way. I'm with you, because, listen, my dad and I, we had season tickets for the Kings split 5 ways, but so we saw a lot of games.
Mm-hmm.
And have some golden periods back in the late 80s, early 90s, for sure. It was good times.
Big Al, the reason why you don't do that is because you have integrity. All right? You don't just go switching up because things ain't going right. I would never teach Reese, hey, it's not going right. Quit and join the Warriors. Man, please.
Wow. That was subtle, but I caught it.
That sounded like a shot at KD.
Hey, oh man, are you kidding?
But it wasn't that, because they weren't terrible. I said it's not going right. I'm thinking like, I don't know, De'Aaron Fox. I want out and go to the Warriors or something like that. There's no integrity involved in that.
Yeah, I hate this. Like, and you kind of did this too. You kind of.
Thank you, Casey. I wasn't sticking up for the Thunder. Relax.
I don't like. It's the fans. Like, remember, being a fan isn't supposed to be a job.
No,
it's supposed to be fun. You know what I mean? Like, basketball is supposed to be an escape, or football or baseball or whatever, your favorite, like your most favorite team is. Mm-hmm. That's supposed to be an escape. That's not supposed to be a job. That's not supposed to be, man, I've got to influence ownership here, or I can't go to the game because, gosh, dang it, I need to make my point to Vivek this week.
Right.
Oh, you think Vivek cares that you're not there? You think Joe and Gavin cared that you weren't there? Nobody cared that you're not there.
Yeah.
And all you end up doing is, well, I didn't get to go to the basketball game. I didn't get to see KD. I didn't get to see LeBron. I didn't get to see De'Aaron. I didn't get to see, there's Buddy Hield fans out there. I didn't get to see Buddy or whoever, or Rashawn Holmes. Like, fans' responsibility is to be fans.
And people might look at me or however it goes as one of the worst fans, but I like going to the games. I love the game.
Why would you be one of the worst fans?
Because you use your ticket as your voice. I'm sorry. I love the games. I love the game. I do.
Okay.
I do. I remember when Levi's was built and all the San Francisco people were like, I'll never step foot in Levi's. And I'm like, whatever. I'm going to the game.
Okay.
If I got tickets and I want to go to the game, I'm going to the game.
Drive out into the middle of nowhere and park God knows where, catch a shuttle.
It's actually,
go watch a game.
Yeah. Levi's is poor location. But once you get up in there,
horrible location.
Once you get in the premises, it's lit.
If you're on the right side of the field, it's lit. If you're on the other side of the field, it's dark.
Well, I've always been at the right side of the field, so maybe I don't have to worry about that. But
so you bought your ticket. The tickets say lit side, dark side. That's how it works. Like, if you're on this side, it's lit. If not, bring a jacket.
Mine says media side, but that's where a whole nother. Whole nother discussion.
Okay, big time. Best thing you saw this week. Go ahead. You already teased it. Oh, but by the way, you're listening to D'Lo and KC, as if you already didn't know that, on ESPN 1320, KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Subscribe to us there, or subscribe to us on youtube.com/ESPN 1320 and listen to us on the Odyssey app wherever you go. If you're on the go, if you're getting out of the car, you're like, man, I'm going to miss my favorite show. No, you're not. Just go to the Odyssey app and you can listen to us. Best thing you saw this weekend?
Best thing I saw this weekend was Canelo Alvarez versus Billy Joe Saunders.
Wow.
Now everybody knows.
Wow.
On Twitter, I was like engaged in this
baby face turn.
Well, relax. We're going to talk about it for just a second. I was engaged in this Saul Alvarez fan just hate fest on me.
I saw some clowns coming at you this week.
Yo.
Well, I'm just saying, I did. I got your timeline right in front of me. I see some clowns coming at you. What do you want me to say? Man, you had to shut them down. But go on. Tell me about the fight.
Yo, this boy Damien a wild boy. He's a wild boy. But look, man, like I say all the time.
I'll retweet it so everybody can see it.
Like I say all the time, I think Canelo is a great fighter. You want to say he's the face of boxing? You won't hear no argument from me from that. I just think he doesn't face the best fighters all the time, and I want to see that change.
Mm-hmm.
But the show that was put on Saturday, I mean, it was a great show. Eddie Hearn, Matchroom, they did a great job putting on that show. He had 73,000 at Jerry's World on DA Zone. And it was a great show. I enjoyed the spectacle that was Canelo and Billy Joe Saunders. Billy Joe Saunders, he's a sucker. You know, I know he got his orbital bone broke, but I can call him a sucker because when somebody else had that happen to them, Billy Joe was the main one talking about this dude quit and he's soft and all this other stuff and wanted to talk bad because somebody couldn't continue because they had a broken orbital bone. But the second it happened to him, he wanted to quit on his stool. So yeah, he's a sucker for that. And he ain't that good. I don't even know what he's doing in that fight. That goes back to my original point. Don't nobody want to see Billy Joe Saunders, Caleb Smith. We're done. We're done with the UK fighters. Done with them. Canelo, you had your little run with those dudes. Get off of them. Fight some American, some Mexican guys, please.
Okay. I'll nod my head and pretend to know what the hell you're talking
Did you watch
about.
the fight?
Kenny.
I'm just checking because people were like, oh, he put 73,000 in there. He's the face of boxing. I think there's a lot of people like you, Damien, who just could care less.
I don't have DA Zone. I'm not sure where to even get that. Is that an app? Is that like the old WWE network, like DA Zone?
Yeah, it is an app.
For those who didn't get it, no, I'm not stupid. That's what Jerry calls it. And if Jerry calls it DA Zone, I'm going to call it DA Zone.
DA Zone was broadcasting in his building.
Like his building.
He called it DA Zone.
He wasn't worried about DA Zone. He was worried about the 73,000 that were going to be in there. Boy, 73,000 there for a boxing, man. How many people going to be there for the Cowboys games this year?
They're going to be a good 120.
It's going to be 100 plus. Is WrestleMania there this year? Is that right? Right? Yeah. I know they announced a bunch of them. Yeah, like all in a row. I feel like
it's going to be in LA, and D'Lo and KC will be live in LA.
I can sign off on that. I will sign off on that. Yeah, live at WrestleMania. Well, since we're talking wrestling, Jesse, what was the best thing that you saw this weekend?
Yeah, best thing I saw this weekend was the Booker T documentary last night. My age on the show ranges from about 13 to 20 years old, so I got to go back and do some research. And I knew a little bit about Booker T, like his history before he got into wrestling and stuff like that, but I didn't know like the extent to how like his mom passed and it was just him and his sister basically in that house and basically living on their own. And I thought it was the coolest thing ever that he got to come up with his brother too as a tag team. So yeah, that was the best thing I saw this weekend.
It was the best of the four. They did a Stone Cold one, they did a Roddy Piper one, they did a Macho Man one. I finally watched the Macho Man one. I thought the Macho Man was ridiculously unfair. To Macho Man. Yeah, they could have avoided certain things when talking about Macho Man. Like they chose not to avoid. I don't know. I just felt like they took shots at Macho Man when they didn't have to. You know what I mean? Like they didn't talk about Roddy Piper and the fact that he had some pretty funny moments during his time during wrestling. And when I mean funny, I don't mean ha. I mean
looking funny in the light.
For real.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that looks really. It looked really weird then, man. It looks way worse now. They chose to avoid all of that stuff. But Booker's was by far the best. The bad thing about it is whenever WWE is involved, and they're involved in all of these, like they sign off on all of them. They supply the talent to talk about them. They supply the footage, and they tell these stupid stories. Like they've told so many lies for so long, they've convinced themselves that it's reality. Like Vince McMahon, I don't think believes wrestling exists before he bought the company from his dad. And there was a moment where like Sam Roberts was talking, and Sam Roberts is a Sirius XM guy. He's a huge wrestling fan. He's gotten some, love from the WWE, doing some different shows with them. And he was like, the WCW really caught fire and Booker T was there. But then they did this thing with Hulk Hogan where he turned bad guy for the first time. And it was amazing. It's like, Jesus Christ, y'all have said that so often, like you believe it's true. Hulk Hogan was a bad guy in the WWF. Hulk Hogan fought Andre the Giant at a packed Shea Stadium in 1981, where he was the bad guy and Andre was the good guy. But they don't want you to believe that wrestling existed before Hulkamania existed. So they tell all of these stories that you look at them and you go, yep, that just shot the entire credibility of this documentary to hell. So anytime WWE is involved, I start rolling my eyes, because when they tell stories about WCW and they tell stories about history, they say them with such conviction that you think they're true. 93,000 people were not at WrestleMania 3. There was about 80,000 people there. It's a really good number, but there weren't 93,000 people there. And the thing that pissed me off the most about it was the only thing besides the WWE garbage that I hated about the documentary was they avoided WrestleMania 19.
No, I saw you tweet about that. What happened there?
WrestleMania 19, Booker was as hot as he had ever been in the WWF, and he was a massive, massive babyface, and he was going against Triple H at WrestleMania. The match didn't have a ton of build. Like he won essentially like a mini Royal Rumble. Like he won a battle royal to become the number one contender. And that was the year everything was kind of being built around Brock Lesnar and Kurt Angle. So it was Booker T and Triple H. In the first promo, Ric Flair comes out. And there have been stories about Ric Flair. So Ric Flair and Triple H come out. This is in the era of Evolution. And they cut this promo where he's talking about Booker's nappy hair and how people like you aren't champion. People like you should be carrying my bags for me. And people like you don't get to hold this title. And it's like, okay, people like him.
Right.
Now, I'm not an idiot. I look at Booker T, I know what he is. Oh, so black people, like you just out and out said it. You pointed out his hair. People like him can't be the champion, which you can argue good taste, bad taste. Obviously, that's in poor taste. But if the babyface winds up coming out on top, like you've told the story the way you're supposed to, Triple H beat his ass in the middle of the ring. Not only did he beat him in the middle of the ring, he pedigreed him, laid there, and then like 30 some odd seconds later, crawled over, put his hand on top of him, and beat him. And no matter no matter King Booker, all of the stuff he did after that, winning the title, he won the title later. He was never as hot as he was in that moment. And in that very second, Triple H destroyed him. He was, I don't want to go so far to say he was worthless after that, but he could have been, with Rock on his way out, he could have been the guy. He could have been the guy to ascend up there, and it'd be Brock Lesnar and Booker T. They chose not to do it. They chose to stick with Triple H. They chose to tell that story the way that they did, and it was awful. It was terrible, and they completely ignored it in that documentary, which I thought was trash. And Booker, to his credit, he's always said, I don't hold any grudges. It's the story they wanted to tell, so we went with it. He said that as recently as like a year or two ago. Yeah. But from a perspective of watching what we saw with Kofi Kingston, watching the story that they told with Kofi and the way that MVP and Shad Gaspar reacted to that, like that's why they reacted, is because of storylines like that. Is because of Jesse Ventura seeing Mr. T getting hit by Roddy Piper going, this looks like Roots 2. Roddy Piper saying to Mr. T, you've got on more change than your ancestors. That's why they reacted that way. Yeah. They reacted that way because of Coco Beware. They reacted that way because of Slick, the pimp.
Yeah.
They reacted that way because of Junkyard Dog, the dog, who was a big star elsewhere, but in the WWF, he was just Hulk Hogan's little buddy.
Yeah.
He was a huge star in the South, not in WWF. That's why people reacted the way that they did to Kofi. So watching that Booker's T story back, it was like, man, you completely blew it in that moment. Completely blew it.
I wonder if there's ever going to be a time, I probably know the answer to this, where they address their racist past. Address it. I don't think Vince will do it.
No,
I feel like
so.
I don't think Stephanie and Triple H will do it either.
No, because every MLK Day, there's this big video montage, and everyone, Vince loves Martin Luther King. Like I don't think they see it. I don't think they see the stereotypes. They saw it enough to where when they debuted Crime Time, they aired a disclaimer. Crime Time's first show, they aired a disclaimer that said, today we're debuting an act called Crime Time that is it's like it exaggerates stereotypes. And if you know what Crime Time is, the act got over, but it was a very like, what the hell moment. Like, what is this? But it's wrestling, it's performing, it's an act. It's the same way, Vince McMahon is allowed to get away with using the N-word on TV. Oh, that's not no. Wait a minute, that's not Vince McMahon. That's Mr. McMahon, the character. Okay. But the Booker T story and the way that they told it last night was, outside all of that stuff, was really, really good. And the thing you walk away from him is, man, this Booker T dude is an extraordinary individual.
Yeah, I got that on the DVR, man. I'm at to peep that probably tonight, man. Because Booker T, he's a guy that I know. By the time he started taking off in WWE, I take my sabbatical from wrestling, so I didn't experience his run there. I knew him as a Harlem Heat. Harlem Heat were some bad boys.
Yeah,
I love the Harlem Heat.
Yeah,
I didn't even like WCW, but I love the Harlem Heat because there's some brothers out there, right?
Absolutely.
But I got to check it out to see the whole story with Booker T.
Kofi was talking to him about the importance of, like, man, you know how important it was for me to see someone that looked like me out there. Like, that's the only reason I could be here. So there's some good moments in that doc. It's worth watching. I'll give you two guesses. In fact, I might give you a triple doubles worth of guesses as to what my best moment of the weekend was. And it's going to be eclipsed tonight. And we'll touch on a couple of other things, some Chris Hips, including the future of Chris Webber. It's coming up here as D'Lo and KC roll along on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Wow, second best behind. Okay, he's on his way. You say he's there right now? Like, if he retired today, that's who he is? He did lose all those fights. He didn't beat nobody.
I think I'm gonna step out early. Is that okay?
Yeah. He De La Hoya, he always lost the bigger fights. He should have lost that. He should have lost that Pernell Whitaker fight. He choked away the Tito Trinidad fight. Shane Mosley kept getting him. Yeah. Canelo's on his way, but we need to see the fights, man. We need to see the fights. That's all I ever say about Canelo is I need to see the fights. I don't say he's not good, he's not great, nothing like that. I say we need to see the fights.
I think for Canelo to be like the best Mexican fighter ever, too, he'd have to fight all those dudes you've been talking about, like Charlo, Benavidez, all those guys, and he can't lose.
No. And even when I say, Canelo needs to fight these guys, people got it so twisted. They get so emotional with the Canelo thing. But even when I say that, I'm not saying he can't beat those guys. He's a great fighter. He absolutely could beat them. I think Benavidez would be. I think those guys would bring different problems for him that he struggled with in the past. But he could beat him. He's a great fighter. I just want to see it. That's all I have to say. I want to see it. I'm sick of seeing Billy Joe Saunders, Caleb Smith, Kovalev, washed up Kovalev. Like, nobody want to see Rocky Fielding. Nobody want to see that trash. It's time to step
I don't
up.
want to get so defensive either. Cause like, I don't know. I like Canelo and stuff, but like, I see it.
And once again, Jesse, like I say all the time, all I say is I want to see the best fights. You follow me. Have I ever said Canelo ain't no good? I
Oh,
was
you
here.
started off second in your pound for pound rankings.
That's the other thing that pisses him off is that I got him second in pound for pound. They get mad about that. And then look, second, if you want to make the argument first, I don't even have to qualify to say you're well within your right to say he's number one. I just look at Errol Spence, and I think Errol Spence is the best fighter in the world. I don't think there's anybody that can beat Errol Spence. I think there's people that can beat Canelo Alvarez.
But I put Earl as 2 too.
I had to drop out. But I did have Canelo at 3. I had to drop out the top 2, man. He can't just keep facing nobody and be inactive. Like, man, I can't do that. Canelo too. I get so upset though. Tim Tebow back in the NFL. Oh, brother. I don't know, man. There's not the big name free agents. That's probably why. Yeah, the big names are locked up. That's why. Appreciate you, Jazzy 510. Happy Mother's Day again.
Hey, happy Mother's Day, Jazz.
We had Mother's Day, at the crib.
Yeah,
yesterday.
look, lit. Them. I'll tell you what. None of them look like mothers either.
Well, we weren't there. I had Jazz
with the gold bottle.
Yeah, they was doing their own thing. But where she wanted to go for Mother's Day?
Yes, I don't know why I saw this in a tweet. Home Depot.
Yeah. Home Depot. I want to go there. Okay.
Lots more to get into as we roll along. We're going to get back into the Sacramento Kings, get an update on De'Aaron Fox. Howard Beck is going to join us at 3:20. And, we'd love to hear from you all day, every day here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, or you can get us on the phone lines, 916-349-1320. Best thing I saw this weekend, Russell Westbrook, 181st career triple-double. That's ties Oscar Robertson for the most all time. He's the first player in NBA history with 4 straight 15-assist triple-doubles. It was his first career game with 30 points, 15 rebounds, and 15 assists. It's his 25th triple-double since the All-Star break, the most after All-Star break in NBA history. He's had 18 triple-doubles since April 1st. The rest of the NBA has had 16 combined. It was his 56th career triple-double through 3 quarters. Nobody else in the NBA has more than 14 in the last 25 seasons. And that person is actually Nikola Jokic, your soon-to-be NBA most valuable player. Also, they were down by like 17. The Wizards were down by 17. Bradley Beal erupts for 50. They wind up winning the game. And, they wind up winning the game on a Russell Westbrook block shot. He goes for career triple-double number 182 tonight at 4:30, today at 4:30, immediately following the show at 4:30. So you know what I'll be doing. I'll be locked into NBA TV watching my man go and get that triple-double.
The thing
Bradley Beal out, by the way. So in all fun here, you and I are rooting for Washington to get into this play-in and potentially do some damage.
Yeah.
I think Bradley Beal's missing the next couple of games with, stop me if you've heard this before, a hamstring issue.
Get well soon, Bradley.
Yeah.
But they're in there for sure. They're going to be in the play-in tournament. And the thing that I love about Russell Westbrook's triple doubles is they're not those Jason Kidd triple doubles. They're not those Draymond triple
10, 11, and 11.
Yeah, they ain't those. These are some monster triple doubles. What do you have the other night in Indiana?
30, 15, and 15.
Come on, man. Come on now. This ain't no
30 plus. 30
kid
plus,
size
probably.
joint. It's the real deal. That's what I love about Russ. We need Russ in the playoffs, baby. We need
Putting
Russ.
in work. Well, they're going to be in the play-in.
I need him in the playoffs.
I hear you. I hear you. They're definitely going to be in the play-in. I'm not lost though. Bradley Beal's health is going to be a concern for them moving forward. They've got to. They're going to have to be careful with this over the course of the next couple of games because you have to have him out there. Russ's exact numbers in that game were 33, 19, and 15.
Wow.
He flirted with a quadruple double too.
That man, he does it all. I think they'll be fine with just sitting Bradley Beal for the rest of the year.
I think so.
They're probably magic number, if I had to guess, is probably something like 1, because they're, I think, about 3 games up on the 10. Or did I just have the?
They get it done tonight. Yeah, they're in the 9 spot right now by a half a game over Indiana. They've got 3 on Chicago. So I think they get tonight's game. They could be in pretty good. That could be their spot that clinches them.
They're good to go. So I'd love to see him in the playoffs. You know that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd love to see that. And then,
see him in the NBA Finals.
Maybe you get him getting Indiana out of there because I want them out of the playoffs. Like just win that playing game.
Yeah,
and then sorry Jesse, but Washington versus Boston.
Oh,
and I'm going for Russ.
Celtics have lost 2 in a row. They like the Heat were up by I think 90. I think they were up by 90 yesterday. And like Boston, like they fought back, they made the game competitive. But man, there's some. I don't know what the Celtics do. Like we've been calling them, and I think Jesse originally coined this term. It's the Sacramento Celtics. Like they're up and down, like they're all over the place. They're not that different. And I started to think about the Celtics. Like, man, what do they do to get better? I don't know what approach the Celtics are going to take this offseason. Obviously, you got Tatum, you got Brown. Those are your building blocks. Are you moving on from Kemba? I don't think you can move on. I don't think you're in the point where you move on from Marcus Smart. But much like you immediately say, yeah, with the Kemba Walker question, and I know you got yourself into trouble on social media with that this weekend. But it's a lot like Buddy, though. It's like, okay, you Boston, you're Danny Ainge. You want to move Kemba? Like, cool. You've got to find somebody who says, yeah, I want Kemba. It's no different than Buddy. Like, I want to move Buddy Hield. Like, cool. Like, someone's got to take him. Unless you're just switching those guys and hoping something magically gets better, you've got to find a taker.
Yeah, and that's going to be the tough part because the contract is crazy. I think he's making like 37 or something like that.
Way worse than Buddy's. Or way higher. I shouldn't say worse. It's way higher than Buddy's.
It's rough. It's tough. So you may have to take it on, or you figure something out. You figure something out with him coming off the bench or some way to get. And I say all this. You talk about getting production. He's averaging 19 points a night. So it's not like he's out there being a bum. He can't play every night. That's an issue. And he's not the player that he was. But he's still productive. But
it's still the price tag, though. It's the same thing with Buddy. If Buddy made less money, I think people would have less of a problem with it. Yeah. But Kemba doesn't make can't play every night money. Mm-hmm. And that's you know daggone well that's how we grade players now. It's not just on their production, it's on their production versus their contract. Do the two match up? Nobody looks at Kyrie and goes, man, whoa, he's overpaid. Nobody looks at some of these players, the Kevin Durant, LeBron, whoever. Nobody looks at these guys and go, man, they're overpaid. They don't do that. But you look at someone 19-3, that's good. Basically the third option in Boston, can't play back-to-backs. You're still kind of monitoring his health. Like, yeah, for 31 million, that ain't it. Or for 36 or however many, like he's got like, I think, what is it, 3 years, Jesse? Let's see. Next year, Kemba is at 36 million, then a $37 million player option in the 2023 year. I ain't declining that unless the salary cap changes, unless everybody's feeling good and there's 17,000 in all of these arenas. I ain't declining that $37 million player option. So that's 71, 72. 73?
No.
Can't count. It's about 73 million for the
million.
Yeah, that's a lot of million for the Celtics over the next 2 seasons.
Terrence want to know.
I love Kemba.
Terrence want to know what I said on Twitter. I just after that game, I said, just Kings fan. I just asked the question. So, what do you guys? How would you feel if the Kings made a run at Kemba Walker in a fair trade? And almost across the board, it was no. There was a couple of people that I respect their basketball acumen who said, "Yeah, you figure that out. If you can get Kemba Walker, you figure it out." I like Kemba, and really where that comes from goes back to the Kings and their roster. They need to go hunting for a big fish. And I don't know if Kemba's a big fish anymore. I don't think he's the big fish that he was in Charlotte. I know he's not the big fish he was in Charlotte, but I still think he's pretty damn good. Like, people were talking about him like he was a scrub, and he definitely is not that. Like, Kemba's still straight, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if
What's the difference? What's the difference between Kemba and CJ? But production wise, not talking about. I mean, I know health is health should be a concern for both of them. But like realistically, what's the difference?
I mean, not much.
They're not.
Not much. I mean, the health is a factor.
Of course.
CJ's constantly getting hurt. But there's that. CJ's a little bigger. You can play him at both guard spots. Kemba is kind of locked in at that one. But they're not far off. Not far off at all.
So you would you do it? Like, I don't know. I don't even know that you answered your own question. I was getting tagged like, get your boy. I was like, wait a minute. Like he's what do you mean? He didn't even like proclaim anything. He just said, hey, how do y'all feel about this? Oh, get your mans. He's losing his mind. Wait a minute. What are y'all talking about? Twitter's a wild place. But so I ask you now, I'll put you on the spot. Like, would you do it? Like, because I mean, you assume it's Buddy. It's Buddy, and it's got to be Buddy and something. I don't know what.
Yeah.
But Buddy and something to get Kemba Walker back here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I really tried to figure out a way to make it happen, and I just couldn't.
No,
I couldn't figure out a way to make it happen.
And like, and when you say that, like, to really make it make sense.
Yeah, I can't. Like, you would be getting, another shot creator, another playmaker out there, and I think that's one of the things that this team could use. But it's one of those things like, where is he going to play? Unless the only way, and the money would also be an issue, but the only way is if you got Kemba to say, I'm going to come off the bench, and then you got,
which I think he would.
Yeah, you got a 3-guard lineup off the bench of DeLon, Kemba, and Terrence Davis. That would be the best case scenario. But yeah, that's the only way. I don't want him starting in a backcourt with De'Aaron Fox. I don't want him starting with him, Tyrese, and Fox. Although one of the things that I kind of remembered over the weekend when I was kind of looking at that, Tyrese, he's not there yet. He's a little too young to take on a nightly assignment of being this, wing defender, but he's 6'5". You kind of forget Tyrese is 6'5". That's a decent size. So if you had another guard that was 6'3" or something like that, you could go 2-guard with those two guys in the backcourt and make it a 3-guard thing with Tyrese Halliburton and not lose too much size on the wings because of that 6'5" frame. But I still don't think he's there yet, only being 21 years old, second year in the league next year. So, yeah, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it for Kemba.
I feel like the guard rotation, maybe it's not, and maybe this has something to do with what they do with Buddy. It's pretty close to set, and it's the front court that needs to be addressed the most this offseason. Obviously, that whole thing starts with Rashawn Holmes, and then you kind of go from there. But even as you acquire Rashawn Holmes, it's like, okay, we like Damian Jones, but like that's it. That's what we're doing. Like, it's Damian Jones. Like, we like Metu. That's what we're doing. Like, it's Chimezie Metu. We're not going to try to upgrade those positions. And, obviously there are decisions to be made around Marvin Bagley as well. But I wonder if they start in the front court and then move to the backcourt to acquire talent this offseason.
Yeah,
I phrased that poorly. I wonder what Monty McNair thinks is the biggest need of the Kings this offseason is what I should have said.
That'll be interesting to see. I think you get another guy, and I'm just throwing him out there because everybody has felt the same way, but you get somebody like Alex Lynn, to be another big off the bench, and maybe him and Damian Jones split up minutes, split up appearances, depending on the matchups, things of that nature. I think you need another wing two-way guy like a Mo Harkless. So then you could have Mo Harkless, Harrison Barnes, and this other guy that you can figure some stuff out with. I think that's kind of where it's at, though. I broke down the roster earlier. I don't think there's a lot of spots available as presently constituted.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe one, maybe two. And I talk about a wing defender type guy. Maybe that's Robert Woodard. Maybe you already got him there. That's the kind of guy I'm talking about. Maybe you already got him here. So you figure out what's going on with his back and everything else like that. Maybe you already have that locked in there. And it feels like that. Once again, I keep saying it feels like they're not far away. I like this roster. And I even made the statement after Friday's loss. I said, I feel good about this roster moving forward. I feel good about this franchise moving forward for the first time in a long time. I would say even more so than in 2019.
Okay.
Because there was a couple of question marks going on in after the 2019 season that kind of had me up in the air.
Dave Yeager was raising all of them.
Dave Yeager was raising up. Yeah. But I like Holmes better than Willie Cauley-Stein. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So the center position, I feel better about that. I probably I don't remember how high or not high I was on Buddy after that year. He played really well. Mm-hmm. But I feel like I like Tyrese more than I like Buddy after that 2019 season. So I feel good about this team moving forward in the direction that they're headed. They just need a piece here or there. They don't need a major overhaul, I don't think.
Let's get into, we've got a couple of quick hits we want to touch on here. We're going to get back to the Kings. We'll go over the Spurs, Spurs and the Bucks tonight, Pelicans and the Grizzlies. De'Aaron confirmed to Howard Beck that he had a pretty tough bout with COVID-19. So we'll dive into all of that and what Luke Walton's statement yesterday about De'Aaron Fox and Harrison Barnes may mean for the remainder of the season. But a couple of other quick notes that we can knock out here. The NFL, you've been talking about the biggest season ever.
Biggest season ever.
The NFL has been running these commercials, and if you have been paying attention, you may have noticed one of them changed. The NFL's biggest season commercial ever used to, the biggest ever season used to feature Aaron Rodgers versus Patrick Mahomes. They changed the commercial. It no longer features the matchup because the schedule gets released this Wednesday, and they're hyping that. That's a whole event when in it of itself. But conspicuous by his absence, as Vince McMahon would often say in commentary, Aaron Rodgers is no longer featured in that commercial. Now, Rodgers versus Mahomes has been replaced with Lamar Jackson versus Patrick Mahomes. So the NFL recognizes, something's going on here. Let's go ahead and let's get Aaron Rodgers out of our commercial, and we'll figure everything else out later.
That is interesting. And I don't think that's an accident at all.
It's very much not an accident.
So I'm going to ask you, do you think that Aaron Rodgers will be playing, number one, with the Packers, number two, playing it all next year?
No, yes. I don't think he's playing with the Packers. I do think he's playing. I'm answering that on the spot. I don't know where or how. I guess Denver or Los Angeles are the two teams he allegedly likes. I don't know what smooths this over. Like, as we talked about before, and by the way, this is still all they talk about on ESPN television. Like, it's football and it's Aaron Rodgers. Like, I don't even think they know basketball is happening right now. I don't even know that they know that basketball is on their network right now. But I woke up before I turned on the night chat with Deuce and Mo. I was like, let's check in with our guy Greeny. How many wins will the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have this year? I was like, Jesus Christ. All right, forget it. I went off and watched. I normally just watch First Thoughts. I got lost in the night chat this morning, but I can't imagine he's going to sit out the season. I feel like the Packers are probably in a position where they're like, yeah, no, we're good with Jordan Love. What can we do here? If we find a deal that we'll make someone really woo us, and why not? We'll move them. You don't want to be here? You don't want to be here. We'll play hardball. We'll make it look like we're playing hardball, but secretly we're not upset about this. It's like when Brett Favre retired. The Packers weren't upset when Brett Favre retired. The Packers were pushing Brett Favre to make an announcement. He retired. It's like, cool, we got a quarterback. And then
good to go.
He changed his mind. The Packers didn't. They were like, oh, it's too bad. Be a backup.
I wonder if they think Jordan Love is ready.
That's a good question. I don't know.
I'm not sure they think Jordan Love is ready.
I don't know. I mean, that's the inquiring minds want to know. That's one of the biggest mysteries of all of them. Another quick note here. Chris Webber may be done at TNT following the season. You talk about a disappointment to Twitter. You know when Chris Webber is calling a game. If you forget, hey, it's Thursday, or if you forget, hey, there's a big TNT game tonight, and you open up Twitter and you see Chris Webber trending, you're like, oh, man, I'm missing a basketball game tonight. Chris Webber, apparently he opted out, if that's such a thing, opted out of doing the college tournament. I don't know that was something you can really opt out of, as much as he just told TNT he wasn't doing it. And I guess the time frame in which he told them like really upset some of the Turner executives. His contract is scheduled to end after this year. And yeah, it looks like Chris might be done on TNT.
I remember
NBA Twitter will have to find a new.
Well, not really.
They still got Reggie.
Yeah, they still be on Reggie Miller's head.
Yeah. And maybe Marv should go ahead and.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's why sometimes I give Chris. I know Chris. I know Chris has his faults, but sometimes Marv is really bad.
Yeah.
And I know we want to remember Marv Albert as a different, like he's just not good at this is just not for him anymore. And I think that handicaps Chris a little bit. Like I think some of the best analysts, I think you have to have a good play-by-play. A good play-by-play will bring out the best of an analyst. That doesn't excuse some of the things that Chris says. That doesn't excuse sometimes he appears to be confused by what's happening on the court. That doesn't excuse that sometimes he's actually relaying NBA rules wrong. But at the same time, like it's just a bad combo with him and Marv. Maybe if Chris is gone, maybe, hey Marv, what do you think about retirement this year, buddy? Maybe.
Chris Webber, I remember him saying earlier this year he was already he wasn't doing it. He wasn't coming back. I think he said he was going to do something with like it might have been college athletes or colleges in general, and start focus a little bit more on that. And he said he was done with it a while ago.
Is Chris a professor?
I think so.
Okay, Chris. Okay, that's what I thought. Chris, he always strikes me as someone who's got a bunch of different things in the fire. Like I really did think
Miss P talks on the chat, said we're about to teach at Morehouse. So,
okay,
yeah,
that's better than commentary. I'm with that. I'm absolutely good with
once
that.
Again, I don't hear it the same way as everybody else. Not that these people are great or nothing like that, but I don't hear the terribleness. When I hear Reggie Miller, I hear a little corniness.
I don't think Reggie's good. I'm one of the few. I don't have a problem with Chris.
I don't have a problem with Chris.
But my issue with Chris is sometimes I feel like he either doesn't know the rule or he's conveying what's happening to the audience wrong. That's his job. Like he's supposed to tell us why something is taking place. And sometimes he doesn't know either. And so now you have someone who doesn't know telling you what's happening and it's not actually happening. And now you just got a bunch of people that don't know what's going on.
Yeah, Webb doesn't bother me. And Warren got in here, and yeah, I think this is right. Warren said, didn't Weber announce he was not returning long before this came out like months ago? I remember seeing something like that. He said he was moving on, but yeah, I don't know. I don't have a problem with Weber. I don't have a problem with Miller. He's like I said, his biggest thing is he's corny, But that's Reggie Miller. Like, oddly enough, I like that Reggie Miller is comfortable in his skin.
What he had a line. What was the line? Oh man, it's a good one. And I don't even remember who he was talking about. You're telling me he was the Mr. Basketball in the state of Chicago? And I think it was Marv Albert who was like, no, I'm telling you, he was Mr. Basketball in the state of Illinois. And then Reggie goes, oh, because I was about to say. Oh, Reggie. Oh, Reggie.
Yeah, Reggie. There's something about Reggie being himself, even if he is as corny as it gets, that I'm okay with. Like his little Wendy's commercials, corny.
That's fine.
Corny as hell. But I'm okay. I'm okay with Reggie. Max MC0406 says, Chris, opening center court back up.
Let's go. Chris's commentary is better than the food at center court. I'll say that.
Center court food is trash. I went there a couple of different times, for the club atmosphere. It was my most memorable moment at center court, I've mentioned this before, is watching the 2008 gold medal game.
Okay.
The gold medal.
Oh, yeah. Spain.
Yeah. I watched it there while I was supposed to be at the club. It came on at 1 a.m. here, maybe even early, maybe midnight here. And I totally sidestepped the club. It was like, oh, I got to watch the game, and watched it right there in the club.
That's good stuff. That's good stuff.
Pat Beverly grew up in suburban Chicago. He led the state in scoring as a senior in high school. Went to Arkansas. Yes.
He led the state of Chicago in scoring. Illinois.
Oh, okay.
That wasn't Mar. I think that was Kevin Harlan. Oh, man. Oh, that's so good. That's going on the soundboard. That's soundboard material right there. That's soundboard material. We'll say
he led the state of Chicago in scoring.
Wow, we're 2 hours and 43 minutes into the show. Did y'all know that Tim Tebow's playing football?
Oh, well, no. Come on. You already know what it is.
Gonna put some butts in the seat.
Well, maybe we won't do anything with that. I want to get back to the Kings, and we'll do that as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I'll play it again.
He led the state of Chicago in scoring. Illinois.
Oh, okay.
I was about to say.
Pat Beverly grew up in suburban Chicago. He led the state in scoring as a senior in high school. Went to Arkansas. Yes.
He led the state of Chicago in scoring. Illinois.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. I was about to say. Oh,
man. That's never not. Yeah, that's going to the soundboard.
That's an all-timer. I'm going to slide out real quick.
Yeah. Justin Fields is about to take over the state of Chicago. I'm with it. It's about to happen. It's going down. Oh, man. Roddy, where you been? Roddy, we was looking for you. Oh, so y'all really on Chris? Hornets announcer. Yeah, dude, Hornets announcers are wild. That's Dell, isn't it? Isn't that where in Dell Curry the announcer there? Oh man, let's see Vivek. Well, that's all right. Nothing wrong with that. I want to get Chris on the show, man. We're working on an idea. I can't lie, dude. My arm is kind of hurting. Jesse, does your arm hurt at all? Man, my arm kind of hurts. Yeah, the first one hurt like hell. This one, it's just kind of bothering me. Yeah, we work. I want to get Chris on the show. Like, hey, Chris, we hate Grant too. You want to come on the air and talk about it? Dude, we're see, no one heard that except me. We're working on something. We got an idea. That segment we did with it wasn't a segment, just what we did with Rick and Brett Barish. We want to do something. We are going to do something similar with another ambassador for Luke Belair and McQueen and the Violet Fog and all of that, which we've got tentatively set up for September. But we're like, yo, what if we carved out an hour to do something with like Chris? Or like we've got some ideas. Don't be surprised if someone's watching and steals them. Wouldn't be the first time. Dude, by the way, yeah, I see you down. Did y'all there was a certain tweet that just absolutely cracked me up. That I don't know what day it was when Marshall was texting us, and the first time that someone said the biggest game in the history of the Golden One Center. I couldn't help but fall out when someone sent me a tweet of someone co-signing that. It's like, damn. I was mentioning that how we really want to get like Chris on the show, and kind of sprinkled about that idea we were talking about to expand on what we did with Rick and Brett, and reminded everybody don't be surprised if this idea gets stolen and used somewhere else, because it wouldn't be the first time. I'll always call that.
It fits perfectly.
It does. Howard Beck set to join us coming up here at 3:20. He talked with De'Aaron Fox over the weekend and gave his thoughts on in an SI piece about Marvin Bagley's future, or really not necessarily about Marvin Bagley's future, Luke Walton's future, but really about the future of the Sacramento Kings, which I'm anxious to talk to him about. I'm anxious to hear his thoughts on this conversation with De'Aaron Fox, hear his thoughts on Luke Walton's relationship with De'Aaron Fox, and how that may play a factor in any decision Monty McNair may have to make this offseason. So that's coming up. Howard Beck joining us at 3:20 here on Dealing with KC. A couple of quick things. I do want to get back to the Kings. I do want to get back to the games this weekend. A couple of quick things. Your Giants still kind of rolling along.
Hey, man.
The Los Angeles Dodgers kind of going in the other direction right now. They're one game away from being at 500, but your Giants still look pretty good here early in the season.
Hey, man, they went up there, out at Oracle and took 2 out of 3 from the Fathers, from the Padres. The way I look at this thing is I look at the standings every Monday morning, and I just see where the Giants are at. They got another week where they were in first place. Let's see if they can do it again.
I did. They're 20-14 right now. The Padres are behind them at 19-16. And then I mentioned the Dodgers. They've only won 2 of their last 10. They are 18-17 right now.
I remember Bill Plaschke, I think it was, wrote an article at the beginning of the season that said, is this going to be the greatest team ever in the history of Major League Baseball?
Oops.
Yeah. Relax.
Well, I mean, there's still plenty of time to turn it around.
Oh, they might win 100 games.
About 150 games left or whatever.
Yeah, they might still win 100 games, but no, they ain't. No. First of all, you don't get that label after winning some fake championship.
Okay, will you stop it, please?
It is what it is. I didn't make up the rules.
You kind of made this up. This is not
like 7 games last year.
Where's the rule book? Show me the rule book that says this championship is fake.
It's an asterisk.
Oh, okay. Okay, no, all right.
Asterisk. Their ring is really nice, though. Have you seen their ring?
I haven't.
Oh my goodness, their ring is crazy.
Well, as many times as they got close to getting it, there better be a payoff for finally winning the World Series, even if it wasn't just a 60-ish game season.
No, don't beat around the bush. It was fake.
It was I didn't beat around any bush.
It was riddled championship.
If it was anybody but the Dodgers, would you be behaving like this?
Absolutely. Encouraging my convictions. I'd be consistent.
If it was the Giants?
Yeah, I'd have no problem saying it was a fake championship because we got 3 of them real things recently. So I'll take it.
So you would be saying that the Giants have 3 championships and 1 fake one? I think you're lying. Don't lie to us. Don't lie to us.
I don't understand why.
That's more ridiculous.
I wouldn't be insecure, though, because we got 3 real ones. Dodger fans, they don't. So they're a little salty. Them and Canelo fans, a little salty at me over the weekend. Canelo fans, I don't know why they're so
you're really bringing boxing back up.
They're up there losing their damn mind.
You trying to get? I'm probably already getting a phone call when the show is over. Now you're trying to get. Now we're gonna have a lot to talk about when that phone call comes. I know Tim Tebow got a phone call. Apparently,
wait a minute. Do you want to talk about phone calls? Who?
Timothy Tebow.
Come on, man.
He's back in the NFL at the age of 33 to play a position he has never played before. He's going to walk out of the broadcast booth off the baseball diamond and into the Jacksonville Jaguars locker room, allegedly as a tight end.
I'm so sick of Tebow. I'm happy that he's living his dreams. Do whatever you got to do, but I don't.
Must be nice. Must be nice to be out of the league for so many years and be able to be brought back, despite the fact despite the fact you have never, ever, ever played this position, and the last position you played at, you weren't very good at. But it's really cool that he's getting a second opportunity. It's a shame when guys in the NFL don't get second opportunities. And with that said, the Sacramento Kings season continues to hang by a string after splitting games over the weekend. They lost the important one, and that's the most frustrating part. The season's not over. I know it felt like it ended Friday. There was a very funeral-like vibe. There was a very it's over. There was a very all of that vibe, and rightfully so. Mm-hmm. But it's not. It's technically not, and we're one San Antonio win away from it being over. That win didn't come on Saturday. They went out and they lost to the Portland Trailblazers, Casey, by like 20. They got the Milwaukee Bucks tonight. They got the Brooklyn Nets on Wednesday. They got your New York Knicks on Thursday. Then they end the season on the Saturday-Sunday in Phoenix. Now, who knows what Phoenix is going to be playing for? Just taking a quick glance at the schedule, the answer is probably nothing. Mm-hmm. They're secure in the 2 seed. They would need some help, potentially from the Sacramento Kings, to get the number 1 seed. It's not particularly likely. There's a good chance that game on Sunday between the Spurs and the Suns won't mean anything for the Suns. Now, there's a good chance it doesn't mean anything for San Antonio either, because the Spurs could lose all of these games, but the Kings, they're going to have to find a way. They've got to beat Oklahoma City again tomorrow. They should probably do it by 20 plus, given the way things have gone for the Thunder since April 1st. But Memphis, that's a different story. I'm not saying, Memphis is great or anything, but they're better than the Kings are. They're 34-33, and that's tough to say. Okay, go beat Memphis twice, go beat Utah. Yeah, it's unlikely.
It definitely is tough. But like I mentioned earlier, though, Damien, San Antonio loses the rest of their games, which is a big if. It's kind of pie in the sky. Mm-hmm. That does give the Kings the flexibility to lose 1 game out of these Final 4 and still get in.
Okay.
So there is that, but you need a lot of other things to go wrong, going to your favor. Can I ask you a question about Friday's game?
You may not.
Okay. We'll try it again tomorrow. Are you of the belief of our good friends, our good buddies? Like I said, I can disagree with people that I'm cool with. It's all good.
Okay.
Are you of the belief of our buddy Rich and our buddy Greg, who said Friday was not a big game? It was 2 bad teams going up against each other. He said, what did Rich say? He said it was a game against a bad team and a very bad team.
Yeah. That doesn't take away from the fact that the game mattered. That's ultimately what we're talking about, right? That's what a big game is. It doesn't matter if the 2 teams are good or bad. No, neither one of these teams are particularly good, but they're in a position where the game really mattered. for both teams. It mattered a lot for both teams, and I think that's the definition of a big game. Context is important. It's not a big game to determine who the NBA champion is. It's not a big game to determine who's getting the number 1 seed or anything along those lines, or home court advantage throughout the playoffs. But in its context, yeah, it absolutely was a big game.
And then also, I want to ask you: is the line between a good team and a bad team, is it like razor thin?
I think it just depends on what you constitute as a good team. I mean, is Portland a good team? Like Portland's 39-29. They're 10 games above 500, but no one thinks they're winning the championship, right?
Right.
So I don't know what constitutes like good teams versus bad teams. San Antonio, we're used to them being in the finals. We're used to them having, close to the best record in the league. We're used to them, being above 50 wins every year.
Mm-hmm.
A 32-35, even if, miraculously they finish 2 games above 500. San Antonio, good. I don't know what you constitute San Antonio as.
And I look at it as, I guess if you want to be very simplistic, like either good or you're bad. Simple as that. But I think there's gray area. There's an average in there. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't look at the Kings as a very bad team. I don't even think I look at the Kings as a bad team. When you tell me a bad team, I'm thinking the Thunder. I'm thinking Houston. Those teams are bad.
Okay.
I don't look at the Kings on the same level as those teams.
Okay. Well,
but that's just me.
Is there a very good team?
Mm-hmm.
Are there like good teams and very good teams? Because then if there is, there could be bad teams and very bad teams. Mm-hmm. Oklahoma City is very bad. We know why they're bad, but they're very bad. Detroit, they're in the category. Probably Cleveland is in the category. I don't know where the hell Cleveland is going. Detroit, same thing. Houston, same thing. Sure, Sacramento's not in that category, but they're certainly not. They're not in the category of a good basketball team.
So this is just sports talk, I guess. What's an average team?
The definition of average this year is the Golden State Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
The Golden State, and that's not the franchise, that's not the organization. That's this year. They are the very definition of an average team. They have been hovering around 500 the entire season.
So check this out. If there's an average team, is there above average? Is there below average? Before you get to bad.
Okay, maybe. Sure. There you go.
I think Ramsey puts it pretty good. He said there's elite, good, mediocre.
That's a lot of categories. So what are the Kings then?
That's fair.
The Kings are mediocre?
Yeah. I don't think the Kings are a bad team. Now, hell, Bill Barr says you are what your record says it is. So there's that. I don't look at the Kings and say they're a bad team.
You're going to have to sell me a little bit more on this one. I think you're a prisoner of the moment.
I don't look at
this is a team that lost 9 games in a row twice.
I don't look at the Wizards and say that's a bad team.
Okay.
They're a good amount of numbers ahead or below 500. Am I correct?
What's that?
They're a good number of games below 500.
They're 32 and 36.
Yeah, it's 4 games. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I don't look at them as a bad team. San Antonio's 32 and 35. Yeah, they get labeled as a bad team. I don't think their team. I think those teams and the Kings are mediocre.
So let me. What are you trying to get across with this?
I was
just that the Kings aren't a bad team.
No.
You've been getting in trouble for asking questions lately, so I just want to make sure I outline this the right way.
No, I just saw that over the weekend. I just asked for your opinion. What you think about it? Because I don't think they're a very bad team. So I was like, Damien, are they a very bad team? Am I wrong on this?
Well, no, that's what we just said. They're not a very bad team, but yeah, they're a bad basketball team. They're 30 and 38. They're 8 games under 500.
They're mediocre.
I don't know about that. I think you're a prisoner of the moment, and that's fine. You're a fan. It's okay. It's cute.
I mean, I keep it a stack at all times, though.
But I think you're wrapped up in. They're playing well.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's all that matters at this point. They're playing well. The Sacramento Kings are playing well. Whether they're a good basketball team, a bad basketball team, whether they're a mediocre team or a very bad team, whatever they get constituted as in this exact portion of the season, they're playing good basketball. They've had moments during the year where they've played very good basketball. They've had moments, too many, during the year where they've played very bad basketball. And the problem is those very bad basketball moments, the 2-0 of 9 stretches, the 1-2 of 9 stretch, has put the Kings in this current position.
Rich says it very well. He says the Kings are not part of the core of basketball.
There you go. That's a way to tie all the show bits in together. Way to tie everything that we do here on D-Lo and KC together. You're listening to D-Lo and KC, as I just said, here on ESPN 1320, KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. That's my mans in them, Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We are thrilled that you are here with us for the final hour of this show. Howard Beck of SI and the Crossover Podcast said to join us coming up in 20 minutes. Ooh, boy. Shams just tweeted, goodness gracious, from bad to worse. Celtics say all-star Jaylen Brown has been diagnosed with a torn ligament in his left wrist, and his season is over.
Wow.
Where do the Celtics fall in your little barometer of teams? Because they probably just fell down a notch. As Jill's favorite GIF on Twitter would say, Jill Adge, I know you're in the chat. Wrap it up. Wrap it up for the Boston Celtics. That's a dunzo deal. Oh, that's brutal for Brad Stevens and that crew out there. Oh, and they have not been playing well with Jaylen Brown. They're going to be significantly worse without him.
Maybe this works out for him, though.
How so?
Puts everybody kind of in a role that.
Can you opt out of playing games? Can the Celtics just go, just give it to the Hornets? I'm good.
But I would say this, and I like Jaylen Brown. Like you want Jaylen Brown there. Don't get it twisted.
Oh, yeah.
But I think one of the things that team may suffer from is your turn, my turn. We got to let Jaylen eat. Now we got to let Tatum eat. And there's no consistency to it. Now it's, all right, Tatum is where we're running this offense through at all times. Marcus, you do what you're supposed to do. Kimbo will get you some more looks. Like there's more definitive roles in this situation.
Sure.
I'm not there yet to say, oh, you gotta move on. But you heard me. I flirted with the idea of, can Jaylen and Tatum play together? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not saying move Jaylen now or nothing like that, but I think that's something that you got to look into, because I don't know if they fit the right way. It's always, okay, Tatum, you eat, and now we got to have Jaylen eat.
I wonder how, like, if the team had been playing well, right? Let's say if they were more in the category of where, say, the Atlanta Hawks are, right, or the New York Knicks, in the 4th seed, well above 500, just playing good ball. Would this injury impact them differently? You know what I mean? Like if Jaylen Brown goes out, is it a moment? Because you're already reeling right now, right? You're a boxer. You're already on the ropes. You're George Foreman, and you are full on in the dope part of the rope-a-dope. Like you're getting punched. You're about to go down. But now it's like, okay, we just lost Jaylen Brown. Do you just face plant, or can you really regroup where Jason Tatum goes out there and kind of takes the reins, and whoever steps in for Jaylen Brown, gets going? I feel like the impact of this injury would be different if Boston was in a different place. Not saying they'd be significantly better or significantly worse, just saying they'd be in a different mental space. Now, you could very well, if you're the Boston Celtics in the current position you are, knowing you're likely to be in a play-in game, you could be in that 1, 2, 3 Cancun category, as opposed to let's step up, let's rally around our man Jaylen here, and let's go out there and let's attack these Eastern Conference playoffs.
You could. I wouldn't see that. I wouldn't see that, because you still got Tatum. You still got Kemba Walker. You still got Marcus Smart. Like you're not. The cupboard isn't bare.
It's still we can fix this. It's still we can make a run. It's still we can be up there against Philly. Okay.
Absolutely. You got Evan Fournier out there now, and now he's gonna have to play a little bigger role or whatever. But he is a guy that is proven is a kind of a exaggerated word there, but he is proven. He's an NBA guy that can score buckets. He's improved. He's proven in that respect. So if you guys out there think Tatum is who he is, it should be all right.
And I'm of the camp that believes he is who he is.
I do too.
He very much is who he is.
Yeah. So he can get them into the playoffs, out of the playing game and into the playoffs. I think he can do that.
Okay. Yeah, tough loss for the Celtics. Jaylen Brown out for the remainder of the season with torn ligaments in his wrist. Of course, Kings know all about bad luck right here as the season winds down. As we talked about that game on Friday, that's the first time. Obviously, you want De'Aaron Fox to be a part of all of these, but that was the first game where it was like, wow, they really needed De'Aaron Fox. They needed that guy out there. They needed a take control guy. They needed Fox time in the fourth quarter, and it wasn't there. And in Fox's early absence, it became Tyrese time.
Yeah.
Tyrese ain't there.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Harrison Barnes has always been a nice rock for this team. Harrison ain't there. Like, there was no guy to go to take over, and it wasn't going to be Buddy. That was just it wasn't going to be Buddy. There was no other guy. Not that the guys didn't play well. Not that Terrence Davis didn't play well. Not that there were guys out there who weren't playing well, but there was no guy who was going to be able to take over a fourth quarter the way that the Spurs did on the Sacramento Kings in that Friday night game.
Let me, and you're 100% correct. And it reminds me of another question that I want to ask you pertaining to Sacramento Kings. Maybe one game isn't enough, but let's just go hypothetical. Thursday night gets here. Spurs still haven't won. You got 3 games in a row that you got to win, or 2 out of 3.
Mm-hmm.
If you're the Kings, do you bring back Harrison Barnes if he's available?
Yeah, if he's available, sure.
Okay. All right, I'm just checking. Let's say you win on Thursday, and Harrison didn't play on Thursday. You bring him back on Friday?
Yeah. Yeah, like maybe you're maybe you're like a little bit like aware of minutes and but sure. Especially on the second night of a back-to-back.
I'm gonna give you maybe the hardest scenario. You win both in Memphis. You got to win one against Utah.
All hands on deck.
All hands on deck. Okay.
All hands on deck. Maybe you don't start him. Maybe you run with what's working, because I assume that's what you're getting at. Why mess with something that's not broken? Why force Harrison back into the lineup when maybe you don't need to? I would want Harrison available. Maybe I don't put him in the starting lineup, but I want him available. I absolutely want him available. So yeah, in all 3 of your scenarios, I want Harrison Barnes there. Absolutely.
Same goes for De'Aaron, correct?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
I think you change things if De'Aaron is available. Like you put you put De'Aaron in the starting lineup. Come on now. You put De'Aaron in the starting lineup, and I wouldn't be mad if you put Buddy on the bench and moved DeLon Wright to the 2. But I don't know that has the same impact at all. So De'Aaron, you make immediate changes for. Harrison, you work into the rotation, in my opinion. But with all that said, I'm not sure either one of those guys are coming back, and Luke Walton acknowledged that for the first time yesterday, as they might not be back this season.
Yeah, we'll get into it with Howard Beck at 3:20, but I read in that piece where he was basically saying, De'Aaron Fox was saying, I don't even know if he's in the gym yet, like playing in the gym. That's how I kind of read it. So
that was a difficult part to read through. Obviously, the piece wasn't written like today. It was posted today, so I don't know when he talked to De'Aaron. Was De'Aaron on the bench for the first time Friday?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if he's not able to train, maybe not, man. Maybe not.
Interesting.
But again, a lot has to go right before we even have this.
A lot has to go right. Well, a lot has to go right. Just couple things to get to Thursday. What I keep saying, Damien, get to Thursday. It's a Thursday. I'll take my chances.
Well, I want to get to 320 when Howard Beck joins us because here are some of the things that De'Aaron Fox said regarding Luke Walton. If you're not winning as a team, guys get traded. Guys who were barely hanging on get cut and are out of the league, and coaches get fired. Players play together. Players play together longer and develop chemistry, and coaches continue to grow and trust all their players. Everybody wants to continue to grow together and keep this group together and continue to play for a coach you trust in. De'Aaron, as we are all well aware of, as Howard Beck talks about, and as Ramona Shelburne told us, De'Aaron trusts Luke.
Yes.
However, I just again, I'll throw my support behind whatever happens. I do want to point out players on this roster influenced the coaching change before. Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How'd that work out? You could argue right now it didn't work out.
Right.
It hasn't worked out for everybody. It hasn't worked out for anybody.
Right.
You absolutely take De'Aaron's feelings and perspective into the equation, as I think you do with everybody else. But it's like the All-Star game formula. The All-Star game formula has gotten complicated. Like it's a percentage of the fan vote that counts, and then it's a percentage of this that counts, and then it's a percentage of that.
Mm-hmm.
It's a percentage of what the players think. But it all and for me, it'd be like 5%. What does Monty think? What does the front office think? That should be where the bulk of the decision comes from.
Yeah.
You don't want to anger De'Aaron Fox. The Portland Trailblazers are going to be faced with this same issue in a far, grander scale with Dame Lillard.
Right.
From everything, Dame Lillard absolutely loves Terry Stotts.
Right.
It sounds like Portland, the Trailblazers front office no longer loves Terry Stotts.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how that plays out for the Sacramento Kings, because I am a believer in continuity. There's a former coach of mine used to say continuity,
which we don't have, which we've never had here.
Nah. So, and maybe this is something that we can answer on the other side.
Love when you do that.
Is continuity more important than just getting rid of Luke at all costs? To you.
Okay. Now see, I caught it. That's a tease. So I'm not going to answer. I'm going to answer in just a couple of minutes. Howard Beck joins us when we return here. We're going commercial free to the top of the 4 o'clock hour on Sacramento's #1 sports station, Steelin' with KC here on ESPN 1320. Got it.
No.
What do you mean? Oh. No. Yeah, if you need to go cry in the car, go ahead. Just get us on the air. Go cry in the car.
Do what you got to do, brother.
That's fine. That's fine. We understand.
Let me real quick. Let me get some chapstick.
Yeah. Right. If Monty wants a new coach, I'm with it. Yeah, me too, Roddy. Yeah. Yes. Facts. Yeah, I'm with that. I'm with it. Yeah, Cole. Howard wrote about it. Howard Beck wrote about it. He did. Apparently it was pretty bad too, which I think is I think that's the primary reason why it's taken him so long to return. Is he had a pretty bad bout. Oh, I see. JT just yelled at you. Yep. Yeah, he had it hardcore. Yes, indeed. Do we need 2 likes? Man, we did not hit the likes hard, man. Let's get these likes in here. Thank you for listening. Just stumbled in. Appreciate you. Does Monty talk to players about whether I don't. That's a good question. I don't know that it'll be direct as that. Like, hey, Marvin, you want Monty to be here? Or Luke to be here, I mean. I don't think it'll be as direct as that, but yeah, I mean, I assume that'll be a part of the exit meetings.
Just stumbled in as a fool, man.
Yep. I mean, come on, let's be honest. It's the biggest game in the history of the Golden One Center. Yeah, fam. It is. Thanks. I couldn't even word it differently. Jesus.
Oh man.
No, I mean, that's sort of true. I'm not like, well, see, now I can't, well,
Yeah.
I know you guys aren't going anywhere, so you know the tease is for the radio audience. But I'm not get rid of Luke at all costs at all, not at all. But the thing I want the most is Monty to be able to make the decision. If Monty's decision is Luke is my guy, let's go. If I'm going to trust Monty to handle free agency and trades, then I'm going to trust him with the coach as well. If it's I have to keep Luke because of money and I'm stuck with him, well, then I think we're screwed. I hate that. Like, I hate that idea. But no, I don't think he's a good coach. My preference would be to move on from him. But if Monty says, hey, idiot on ESPN 1320, you're wrong, listen to your partner, let's go. Run it. Let's see what happens.
Idiot. I'm riding. You just gonna call my partner.
He wouldn't call me an idiot. He'd call me a moron probably, but not an idiot.
I'm riding. Either way.
No, I never had a pitchfork. What are you talking about? I had like a fork. It wasn't a pitchfork. It was just like a salad fork. That's all it was.
Little big forces.
All right. See, this is slanderous. This is ridiculous. Nah, Bags. Next, actually, right, like in a second. All right. Howard Beck's going to join us here in just a heartbeat. Howard Beck of SI. He spoke with De'Aaron Fox. There's a lot to talk to him about, and we will. So, okay, let's get you said something right before the break that I want to get to before Howard joins us. Mm-hmm. You said continuity versus getting rid of Luke at all costs.
Continuity.
I am not of the mindset that the Kings need to get rid of Luke at all costs.
Okay.
My feeling is before the way that they're playing now, the 9-game losing streak, it's been this way. I've tried to be fair and give Luke credit where I think that he has done well, but overall in his total body of work, my opinion, and this, in my opinion, is literally worth nothing. I don't think that he's a good coach. Mm-hmm. And so as we were talking about here during the commercial break on Twitch and on YouTube, if Monty says Luke is our coach, then I'm riding with Luke. I won't agree with it, but I'm going to ride within him. I'm going to cheer him on. I'm going to trust, and I don't see the thing that bothers me is I don't want it to be a situation like you outlined where it's Luke starts next season. Mm-hmm. But if we got to go to old Nate McMillan route, if we got to do the Atlanta Hawks gimmick, it's like, I don't want to do that. If you don't think he's the guy, make the decision now. Give your new coach an opportunity to have this offseason. If you think that he's the guy, get together and figure out how you can form this team. Mm-hmm. Or how you can, form this team to do what we said earlier. You're making the freaking playoffs next year. When preseason gets here, when the draft gets here and we get into the next season, I'm telling you, day number 1, game 1 of ending the 15-year drought. The Kings are making the postseason.
Absolutely. Have to. Now, I think I'm big on continuity. I'm big on that. And giving that an opportunity, 3 years. Yeah. In the 3rd year, we should see that jump. We should see you making the next level if you're the head coach. The other thing about it, you talked about it, I think last couple of times we talked about it. Luke resided over the two toughest seasons in recent memory.
Yep.
So,
in my opinion, yeah, absolutely. 272 game seasons with this year compacted, all of the restrictions that went into, the bubble, the 4 or 5 month break or whatever it was. Yeah, I don't, he was making a run there in March. He headed into March 11th. Yeah, I absolutely take all of that stuff into consideration. Let's bring in our man, Howard Beck from SI. Howard, great to have you on. I know you had a conversation with De'Aaron Fox over the weekend. We're talking about Luke Walton and his future with the Sacramento Kings. What do you think after that conversation you had with De'Aaron? What do you think Luke's future might be here?
I wouldn't hazard a guess. Thanks for having me, guys. I wouldn't hazard a guess. I tried to speculate a guy's futures that I don't like, talking about whether someone's going to get fired or not, GMs, coaches, whatever. I tend to steer away from it. Now, there are situations sometimes where you can see a situation is on fire, where players and coach aren't on the same page, or there are times when you can see someone's clearly lost the locker room, or there's just outward conflict, or coach versus GM. There are times you can kind of see it coming. This is not one of those. This is a simple case of coach in clearly tough situation, losing games, having a disappointing season, and so therefore there's going to be speculation because that's what happens when you lose in the NBA. Whether there's any other basis for making a change there, I'm not aware of. To the extent that I spoke with De'Aaron about it, this was last Wednesday, by the way, is when we spoke.
Okay.
He seems to be very much in support of Luke, at least based on what he told me. He feels like they've got a good rapport and trust, and that means something to him. And he certainly made the case for continuity, which that franchise has not been able to really or has not done a great job with continuity on any front, I would say, at any level of that organization, front office, coach, or roster.
Only for the last 15 years, Howard. That's all. Only for the last 15 years. Other than that, it's been great. Well, that's not true either. It's actually been bad for about 36. You mentioned De'Aaron in the continuity. Do you find in the time that you've covered the league, do players really have a big impact on whether a coach is retained, hired, fired, things like that?
Depends on the franchise and the player, of course. As great as De'Aaron is as a young player in this league, and as important as I think he is to the future of that team, I would think that they would at least consider his feelings on the matter. But he's not at LeBron level, right? He's not at Steph Curry level. He's not Kawhi Leonard or there are certain guys in this league, probably only a handful, who I think have major input on perhaps who's hired and who's fired, or who's they're at least going to be consulted to make sure it's not going to alienate them before you make the change. Mm-hmm. All due respect, of course, to De'Aaron, but he's not at that level yet as a fourth-year player who's just kind of emerging. So I have to think that it's reasonable for them to keep his feelings on the matter in mind, but I don't think that any one player is going to make or break what they do with the coach.
Howard, one of the things that we get concerned about here in Sacramento are guys coming in here and they think they can turn this around. They think they're very upbeat. And then the weight of what's been going on with this organization for the past 15 years, the losing, it starts to take over and kind of consume them a little bit. And they got a term here that some of the locals like to call it sometimes basketball hell, right? Talking to De'Aaron Fox, do you feel like he's that's seeping into him, or did he come off very optimistic about the possibilities of the future of what he could do with this franchise?
Both things were there. He's very much optimistic, and I think as a young player who's obviously still tapping into his talent and still developing, he feels a definite optimism about what his trajectory is and about some of the other young guys there, especially Tyrese Halliburton. It looks like that is their backcourt of the future, and so there's more of an optimism and a confidence that things can get going in the right direction. But when I asked about hey, how cognizant are you of this 15-year drought and just the fact that there's been, this is a team that's going to franchise that's gone through, all kinds of stuff over the last several years and coaching changes and GM changes, roster overhauls. And he says, yeah, you feel it a little bit. He's aware of it. And, you certainly know it there because you're hearing it from fans, and the fans who are old enough to remember, the good times of the early 2000s, and have been waiting a long time for that to return. So, as a player there, I don't think he or anybody else there can avoid that. But I didn't get the sense that, this is somehow some, albatross that's hanging, that the past, all the losing of the past and lottery misfires and coaching change. Like, I don't think that any of the present players, or certainly not De'Aaron Fox, are feeling that on their backs, right? Like he feels his own part of that. And he made a distinction. He said, when you get here, and at that time it's been, only, whatever been, 9, 10, 11 years. And he says, what you're walking into, but you don't really feel that. You think, we're going to be the ones to turn it around. But he acknowledges that during the time he's been there, since it's been nothing but losing seasons even during his time, and you're now adding to this, then you start to feel it. You're not necessarily feeling, all the time that came before you, but
right.
But you know that there's a an antiness out there.
We speculated, and obviously you don't know when someone goes into health and safety protocols. Like Hassan Whiteside has been in health and safety protocols like 7 times this year. We weren't really sure what happened with De'Aaron when he finally, when it was announced that he went into health and safety protocols. He confirmed to you he had the COVID virus. How bad was it for him, and how was he feeling when you finally talked to him?
Yeah, it sounds like it just hit him like a ton of bricks on that first day. So, there was a game in Minnesota, and I'm trying to remember. I didn't put every detail in the story. But basically he started to feel something, and then the next day, it just hits him all at once. And it was headaches and body aches and chills and dehydration and just exhaustion. He said it hit him like a truck, and his fiance got it as well. One of his friends who lives with them, got it as well. And so it sounded really rough. But at the time that I spoke to him last Wednesday, he said he'd been over the symptoms for at least a week. And so he was in pretty good shape when I was talking to him. Like, you couldn't tell that there was anything going on. But what he said was that the variant that he got, I think it was this Brazilian variant, it just stubbornly stays in your system. So he kept testing positive, even though the tests were gone for several days. He just kept testing positive. So he has to get to a point where he's testing negative, and then there's these other things that they've got to go through, certain testing that they got to do to get back on the court. And so the NBA's got to put him through all of those. When we say the protocols, it's also all these tests and that they've got to apply to make sure that he is fit to get back on the court, not just that he's testing negative. So I think it's going to be soon. That's the impression I got. But he was, by the time I spoke to him, he was well.
That's good to hear. Howard, one of the things that I know I'm cognizant of, and my partner is as well, is we're in this fishbowl. We're in this every single day, and we live this, and we can be with the highs of highs, and we can be with the lows of lows. And I like to hear from guys like yourself on a national perspective. And just your opinion. You look at this Kings team, you look at, the guys like Fox and Halliburton and the possibilities of Bagley, and you look at Buddy Hield's contract and Harrison Barnes' contract. Where do you see this team right here? Do you see them kind of pointing towards on an uptick, or they got a tough road ahead of them, or are they just kind of even keel right now?
I think it's still an uphill, kind of battle at the moment. I mean, for a team in this league to be a consistent playoff team, you really need 2 guys at an all-star level, or 1 guy who is like a supreme MVP type talent, and a bunch of really high-level role players around them. And the Kings don't have that yet. Like, anybody can glance at that roster and see it. And listen, even when you've got that sometimes, look at the Pelicans. Zion Williamson is a generational type player. Brandon Ingram is an all-star. They've got other accomplished players around them. Lonzo Ball's, a very good player. Steven Adams has been part of winners in Oklahoma. And they're not, the sum of their parts is not greater than whatever. I'm losing the silly, idiom. But they are not better than the sum of their parts. And the Pelicans should be better than they are. They're not. They're in the same bad place that the Kings are in terms of the standings and heading toward the lottery again. So it's just tough in this league. And so, I think Fox is potentially a franchise caliber player who they can build around for years to come. I think Halliburton obviously has had a great rookie season, and there's definitely more upside there, and those two can grow together. But after those two guys, you look at the rest of the roster and you say, these are a lot of good players, but they're not collectively, pushing this franchise forward. So, in the front court, I think needs to be essentially overhauled. The front office just got there less than a year ago, and partially because of the salary cap and partially because I think just being new and trying to evaluate and assess what you have, they haven't made any real dramatic moves. And some of that is contract oriented too, because some guys are harder to move than others. I think when there's an opportunity for them to start really moving out pieces and loosening this up a little bit and trying to find the right guys to complement and then bring the best out of De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton, that's what they'll do. They'll start reforming that roster around those two guys, but it could take some time.
Howard, I want to ask this real quick. I think you just answered my question, but on this show, when we really want to accentuate something, we say it twice. So do you think Marvin Bagley could be that guy to add to Tyrese and De'Aaron, or is that just not a thing anymore?
It's hard to say. He's in that kind of, gray area of early in a career where you've seen flashes at times, but it's not consistent, and he can't stay healthy. And so, you don't want to judge too soon and say that this guy who was second overall pick is okay, we're moving on because it's just not happening. But that I think that day of judgment's coming soon, right? They're going to have to decide sooner than later whether or not he does make sense for the long term, and whether you're extending him out and what his ultimate potential is. But at the moment, yeah, he does not necessarily look like some essential piece.
Yeah, it's something we've been battling with all season, trying to figure out, and of course the fact that he can't stay healthy makes it just that much more difficult to figure out. Howard, we appreciate all your work, man, and most of all, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us today.
Pleasure. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right. Absolutely. That's Howard Beck of SI. Great piece on De'Aaron Fox that you can catch again over there on SI.com. And he goes into great detail about De'Aaron Fox, the symptoms, as he just kind of laid out there for you a little bit. And he talked a little bit. It was more it was a very overview type story on De'Aaron, the Kings, the current state of the Kings. What the Kings might look like in the future. There was no, as you could tell by that first conversation we had, the beginning of our conversation, there was no big grand proclamation of this is going to happen, here's what the Kings are going to do, here's what the Kings are going to do. It was more of, you've got De'Aaron, here's how De'Aaron feels. De'Aaron feels positive. He feels positive about, Tyrese Halliburton, Howard just acknowledged there. He feels some of the other stuff too. Yeah. He feels some of the frustrations that, we discuss here in the chat, that we discuss here on the radio show. He's aware of all of it. And it's a great piece. We'll send it out there on social media for you to check out over on the ESPN 1320 account at ESPN 1320. But it's worth a couple of minutes of your time to go read what De'Aaron thinks about this current setup for the Sacramento Kings.
And the things that De'Aaron feels, the optimism and the frustrations and the weight, that can be a gift or the curse, depending on who you're dealing with. I happen to think that De'Aaron is built for it. I happen to think Tyrese Halliburton is built for it. But make no bones about it. Whoever is here to get this team out of this whole playoff drought, they're going to have to be tougher than a $2 steak, because it's not going to be easy. There's going to be times, kind of like this year, where you have these inexplicable 2 9-game losing streaks. Yeah. You got to find your way to battle back out of that and still do it. It's not easy. It is not easy here in a place like Sacramento right now. It's going to be tough, but I think it can be done. I think with the right group of guys, they're not far from having that right group of guys. I see it happening. I think it's going to happen next year, like you, Damian.
I have to think that it's going to happen next year. Like, I'm just not gonna. I just can't approach it like I can't approach it. I don't want to. I can and I have, but I don't want to approach it in a negative sense anymore. You know, I'm gonna approach it in a positive sense. Even if it's Luke Walton, I'm gonna approach it. Even if Luke Walton is the coach, I'm gonna approach it in a positive sense.
Don't you dare be sour.
Yeah, clap your hands for the Sacramento Kings, because like we look at like you want all these guys back. You want all the trade deadline guys back. Like you Terrence Davis. Well, DeLon Wright is here. That's they brought his money with him, which thank God. Like he's just been phenomenal with the in and out.
DeLon Wright might have found a home. I'm just saying that.
Dude, that's real talk, man. That's for real. He very well may have. Hell, all three of these guys may have found a home. It's going to take a little bit more work for Terrence Davis and Mo Harkless, but all three of those guys have been really impressive since coming over.
And they're all good. Like I mentioned earlier,
they're good pieces, right?
Good pieces.
They're not the guys that Howard was just talking about.
Right.
They're not that.
Two
but
all-stars and all this other stuff.
They're good pieces.
But it's good pieces, and these are guys that what they're doing right now is it's hard to say with Terrence Davis. He's only been in the league 2 years. This is his second year. But this is what they do. Mo Harkless, this is no different than what he did in Portland. DeLon Wright, this is no different than what he did in Toronto or did in Detroit. This is what you can expect out of them. You know what I mean? Metu, Terrence Davis, even looking at Terrence Davis, like we have the famous YouTube clip 2 minutes after it was announced, and I looked and I was like, oh, this guy got it. Like you see that from him. This isn't a fluke with what he's able to do. So that I think that's something that you can rely on. It's something that you can build with going into next season. And now you combine that with the guys that you have established here, your Harrisons, your Fox, your Halliburtons, even your Bagley, if you want to put them in there. And you put the core. And you put
getting ready to break down the core to Howard Beck a second ago, but I thought
you were.
When we really want to hit something, we say it twice. Yeah. Well, he said you've got to I had lined up. All right, we'll get him out on the Marvin Bagley question. Feel like we got to ask everybody that, but he said the front court needs a complete rehaul, and it was like, oh, I think he just answered it. So let me get him to say it a second time before we get out of here, just to make sure.
And does the front court need a complete rehaul? I don't think there's anything on this team that needs a complete rehaul. I think there's pieces that need to be added.
But big pieces.
A big piece and a small piece. So remember I said like Alex Lynn. You put Alex Lynn in there to go with Rashawn, Damian Jones, have him in there depending on the matchup. Cool. Big piece. Yeah, maybe a starter. Maybe a starting type of player. That's a big piece to me.
And that's kind of what we were talking about earlier, because you were talking about the Kings need to get another star. The Kings need to get another star. And I'd argue maybe the Kings just need to get another starter.
What position were you thinking about when you said that?
Well, the full context of the conversation earlier, to go back to when that line was brought up, we were talking about moving Buddy, of course, because everything centers around us moving Buddy Hield. It was like because I think it was the Kemba Walker Buddy Hield conversation. What could Kemba's role be here? And then it was kind of more of like, well, maybe you don't need a star back. Maybe what you need to do is put Tyrese in a position to where he's the star, and then you're getting back another starter. So I don't know if that starter is Rashawn's position. I don't know if it's the 5 or the 4. I don't think it's the 3. But and if it is, that's a whole different conversation. Right. But it's probably the 5 or the 4.
And see, and that's I don't disagree with you, but that's the whole conundrum about it all, right? Like the starting lineup, I don't think that's the problem. I don't think it's that bad. I say we mentioned Buddy a lot. And once again, we always say this, it's not all his fault, but it it doesn't fit for what they need. You know what I'm saying? What he brings to the table and his deficiencies, not only does he not have what they need, but his deficiencies take away from what this team could be sometimes, in my opinion. If you can change that starting guard position with Tyrese Halliburton, you got him at the 2, you got Fox at the 1. Harrison at the 3, Marvin at the 4. Maybe people feel like you upgrade from Marvin at the 4. Maybe some people feel like you upgrade from Rashawn at the 5. I don't know about that because
I don't know how you do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that person is available.
Yeah,
and on your radar,
it's not. I don't think so.
So you bring him back, and now the only upgrade position is at the 4 with Marvin Bagley. You're looking at like a John Collins, but that's money. You know what I'm saying?
You can upgrade. Sorry to interrupt.
You're fine.
You can interrupt. You can interrupt. Get your thoughts together, D'Lo. You can upgrade Harrison. I think it takes a lot of work to upgrade Harrison Barnes, and you've got to get creative, and you've got to find a willing partner. Maybe this goes back to your, hey, keep your eyes on Portland. Not just Portland, not right. Speaking of, Yusuf Nurkic in this situation. It's more of like looking around and saying, okay, what team is on the verge of where Portland is? Like, what team needs to get out of something? What team is going to be looking to make some changes? Who can we acquire here? I think it's possible. I don't know that it's likely, but it's possible. I think that's a position that there's a realistic chance for an upgrade, especially given, man, like, you remember the last thing you saw, right? Like, Harrison had he did. Harrison got back on track with the starting lineup change, the second starting lineup change. That was after his entire best season of his career went wildly coyote off the side of the cliff with the first starting lineup change after Marvin Bagley's original injury, and they started going small, and it was Tyrese, Buddy, and Harrison Barnes, and it's like, yeah, that didn't work at all.
Right.
At all. That was a disaster. So again, it's maybe it's far-fetched, but I feel like of all of the upgrades, it's the least far-fetched, because Rashawn, there's no upgrade happening unless there's a diamond out there that everybody is sleeping on, which essentially it's what Rashawn Holmes was.
Right.
Rashawn Holmes might very well be the rookie quarterback. He's the rookie quarterback who outperformed his contract, and now you can't afford to pay him.
Right.
So it's like, oh, we've got to go draft a new rookie quarterback. We've just got to start this cycle over again.
Right.
And so now you got to roll the dice on finding another Rashawn Holmes on the, second or third week of free agency. I don't know that that's going to happen.
And you mentioned draft, and then that's where that comes into play. You got a top 10 pick in this draft. I don't want to give it up, but that's your bargaining chip right there. That's your trade piece where you can attach that pick to Buddy or something like that. You get real crazy. Antoine, I'm not saying trade him. I'm just saying this is a move for a guy that you're talking about. You take the first round pick, take Bagley and Buddy and Pascal Siakam. That's the way that you get better. That's a lot. And I wouldn't be crazy about giving up on Marvin Bagley, but you're getting somebody like Pascal Siakam in the prime of his career. Toronto's
an interesting one to watch. Like, yes. They're it's tough to, Lowry's gone. I don't know what their strategy is, which is what makes your idea there so interesting, because is that a build through the draft team to the Toronto Tampa Raptors? Is that a build through the draft team?
Off the top of my head, I would say yes.
Yeah, right. I think so too.
Yeah.
So would the idea be to acquire more draft picks? If you could, through trade, get off Siakam's deal, you're bringing Harrison or Buddy back for, well, it's 3 years, but he's the most expensive player on your roster now, and that's expensive at like 22 and declining.
Right.
Million in declining.
And they've got some things they've got to figure out as well, because I'm not exactly sure. I'm gonna look this up, but I think they got to deal with OG his contract coming up. So he's gonna get paid. You got to deal with that. They just shelled out a big deal for Van Fleet. So that's coming up.
Okay, yeah. So he's definitely not the most expensive player on the roster. I forgot about Fred VanVleet's deal.
Yeah, Fred. But I mean, let me see. You're talking about Siakam, right?
No, I was talking about like if you acquired Buddy and you move Siakam, Buddy's your most expensive player on your roster and his contract's declining. But I don't think that he is, right?
He makes more money than Van Fleet.
He does.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Van Fleet got at least going into next season. I think this year he made 21 million. Let me see. Let me make sure.
I think he goes up next year, doesn't it?
He goes 21 to 19 to 21 to 22. Fred Van Fleet.
Okay, so yeah, I mean that's about. I mean, just generic speaking, that's about where Buddy is.
Mm-hmm. Now Siakam is
still
you
don't have any $30 million players.
Well, if you could trade Siakam, because Siakam is the Siakam is the one. Siakam goes 30 to 33 to 35 to 37.
He's got 4 years left. This year is 30, or he's got 4 more.
This year is 30. So he's got 3 more after this
What's
year.
What's Siakam averaging right now? Do we need to think this through?
19 and something.
Is it double digits?
It's definitely double digits. I think he's like 19 probably. If I had to guess.
No, I meant double digits in rebounds. Is he averaging a double-double? Because if it's 19.
I would say he's probably not averaging. He's averaging
what's Rashawn?
21 and 7 for Pascal.
Oh, okay. Siakam. That's pretty good.
21 and 7.
That's what you want Marvin to be.
Yeah.
But he's not yet.
Not yet.
He may or may not be. Who knows?
To be like 21 and 10. Like that's where he should be.
You want him to be better than Pascal Siakam.
Yeah. Now, but like I said, if I'm thinking about this from Toronto's point of view, Pascal Siakam is cool. He's not franchise. He's a good ball player, really good ball player. He's not franchise. Do I want to be given 33, 35, 37 million dollars to somebody that's not franchise? Or I can bring back Buddy, who isn't that he's not that great of a deal, but it's not Pascal. He'll match up with Van Fleet.
Whoa.
I can bring in a guy like Marvin Bagley, who's going to be relatively cheap, and I get the draft pick, and I can start to build that way.
But why isn't Siakam franchise?
I don't think he's that good. I don't think
21 and 7.
He's good. He's not that good. Like if the Kings brought him in to be their best player, I wouldn't be with that.
What about be their second best player?
That's okay.
I feel like that's what we're talking about.
That's what I'm saying. But in Toronto.
Oh, okay. I got you. I'm sorry. I got you. Yeah. So he's not franchising Toronto. I got you. Okay.
Right.
All right.
But you bringing him in is a very expensive piece.
I guess he wasn't before because it was Kawhi. I mean, it was kind of Kyle Lowry. It was, but it wasn't. You know what I mean? Like he was DeMar DeRozan. It wasn't really built around him. Yeah, I guess that's solid.
Lowry is a guy that even now it's built around, and he's about to leave.
And he's leaving. Yeah, and they're just it's built enough around him to where they're like, hey, we're not even going to trade you. Just finish your time out here and go have fun in free agency.
Terrence asked the question: Would Fox and Siakam be worth $60 million a year? That's a good question. I'd take my chances with that.
You never know unless you try.
I take my chances with that. I would definitely take my chances with Secure to Bagley, who is always against everything that I say. Although that's my guy.
I think he's against everything we say. But we love him because he's here, and that's all that matters.
He says Tyrese is 21, Bagley's 22, Fox is 23. Why are we trying to trade Bagley? At chat, y'all tripping.
Well, okay.
He had it the whole
really chat. I mean, I guess when your whole social media identity is built off securing the Bagley, you got to represent for your guy. Like, and I appreciate it. Like he's stuck in the rabbit hole now. You can't get out of this. You're repping Marvin Bagley forever. Believe me, I thought I was Team Westbrook for a year. Mm-hmm. 4 years later, here I am anxiously awaiting 4:30 to get here. Gosh, it's like 5 years later now, 5 or 6 years later now. Here I am, anxiously awaiting 4:30 to get here so I can go watch him get triple-double number 182, which he might get in the first half with Bradley Beal out tonight.
Then to answer Secure to Bagley's question, why are we trying to trade Bagley? I'm not trying to trade Bagley, but there's
realistic scenarios.
A real belief that if you want to get off Buddy, you're going to have to add something extreme to it. And if you're trying to get Pascal Siakam or whatever the case may be, it may be something like Bagley and Buddy in a first.
And teams would constitute Bagley as a free look.
Mm-hmm.
You get a free look going into, because you'd have unrestricted free agency the year following it. A free look, of course, in the NBA, free would be $11 million.
Right.
But you get a chance that this player was once believed to be $190 million player.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't that long ago that we were talking about, you got to have cap room for De'Aaron's max contract and Marvin's max contract, and everything that Ken Cantanella is doing here with Vlade in this front office is to build for that moment. And that moment ain't coming. Like it hasn't really worked out like that. And I'm for seeing Bagley on this roster next year, but yeah, he might have to be a piece that you dangle out there if you're moving Buddy mostly, perhaps Harrison as well, depending on what the return is.
I think, because I think here, so say the same trade happened with Harrison, right? Like, I don't think you'd have to attach Bagley to Harrison in a first round pick.
Yeah.
To get Siakam. But like I said, moving Buddy by itself, that's a tall task, man.
It's a tall task, and by what Kenny means what a tall task means, that's not happening.
No. You're gonna have to. If you move him, I think you're gonna have to attach something that you probably really want, that you probably really don't want to move.
Stock options. You're gonna have to find something that makes this work.
Yeah, or like I said in my roster breakdown, it just comes back, and they all come back, and you add a little piece here and there. You try to figure it out with this group, who I'm not completely like you, Damian. I think the group that they have, if they didn't make any moves, I think that team could be a playoff team next year.
Yes, with one major change that has to happen.
What's that?
I'll give you the run it back. I'll give you the mostly run it back.
Mm-hmm.
Buddy's got to come off the bench.
Yes, 100%.
Tyrese has to start game 1 next year.
100%.
And like, I'm not. Maybe I guess you don't know what you don't know. Maybe they like Tyrese. Maybe they thought he was going to be a really good draft pick. Maybe they thought he was going to be a real good player for the team. Maybe they didn't realize how good. And so that couldn't be a proclamation game 1 that Tyrese was going to be the guy to start for this team, especially with the condensed off season and the way everything went from, the draft to training camp to all of that, the way it all happened so quickly. That's fine. There's no excuse for that next year, regardless of who the coach is. And if it's Luke, Luke's got to grow some onions, because if it's an issue between him and Buddy, and we've been led to believe perhaps for a couple of years it has been, dude, you're signed here. I'm your coach. You're coming off the bench. You're going to be a really important part of what we're doing. You're going to be a very important part of what we're doing. And oh, by the way, you know what you did last season when De'Aaron was out with COVID and Tyrese was hurt and all of this? You remember how you were facilitating things on the offense? Remember how well you kept everybody together despite the fact you weren't particularly shooting great? Yes, do that coming off the bench. Because there's this belief, Buddy can't do that. Buddy can't do that. No, actually, it turns out maybe Buddy just doesn't want to do that, because we've seen here over the course of the last 5 games, he very much can. And in some cases, he's done it very effectively. It just seems he can't do both. He can't facilitate, he can't run and shoot well at the same time, because though he hasn't particularly been shooting well all year, this has kind of been like, I'm looking at a box score. Which one? This is the Spurs game. 5 of 14, 5 of 12.
Yeah. That's
what it is. The next night or last night, I should say, 5 of 11. Jesus, it was 5 of 11, 4 of 10.
Buddy.
That's Buddy.
Buddy cracked me up because he was getting his facilitating bag yesterday, and then he really dives in to the point where he makes some terrible passes.
Gosh.
I'm a point guard now. Let me throw this. What are you doing? But I appreciate
I'm running things.
I appreciate the effort. I really do.
But he had 6 turnovers in that Spurs game.
He made a couple crucial ones too.
The backcourt had a total of 10. It's counting our man DeLon.
Wow.
That's tough. But he has 6 turnovers.
But buddy, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you can convince him to come off the bench.
No,
you'll tell him. You can tell him all you want, but convince him and say, I need you, and him buy into that. You can put him on there and he can pout all he wants.
I
But
don't think he'll ever buy into it. I don't think he'll ever fully buy into it.
If I was coach, he would.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can that be a tease for tomorrow? Can you give us what your pep talk? I don't know if the pep talk. Can you give us what your speech to Buddy Hield would be if you were the coach?
Sure.
Coming up tomorrow on D'Lo and KC, Kenny Caraway gives his coach speak to Buddy Hield. Thanks for hanging out today. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Subscribe and hit the thumbs up before you go. If you miss any part of today's show, you can listen to it in the podcast feature of the Odyssey app, or you can search D'Lo and KC on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, or wherever you get your podcast from. And make sure that you are back with us. We'll get you ready for the latest game against the Oklahoma City Thunder coming up tomorrow here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Oh, early. Holla.
Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get it. We're new. We're new.
This cracked me up for whatever reason. Tragic Bronson alert. Tragic Bronson alert.
I still love the gimmick is to call him Shivano. That's one of my favorite things. I think KD's been watching the show because he broke out the Shivano a couple of days ago.
We got to get KD on the show.
Yeah, well, let's get him back. The last time we had him on, he had a bone to pick with you, but you weren't here. Oh, by the way,
what did I say?
I don't remember. I don't remember what it was. I think it had something to do with Rashawn. I think it had something to do. I think he actually misunderstood something, and I clarified him. He was a last minute booking that day you were out.
I'm always misunderstood.
Yeah,
Kyle Draper,
great ones
fans, they always misunderstand me.
Hey, head over to thedopeones.com now. Use the promo code D'Lo and KC for 10% off. Grab your D'Lo and KC insulated water jug. Grab your hoodie. Grab your t-shirt. Grab your baby a t-shirt. Grab your Tri-Blend t-shirt. Grab your baseball shirt. Grab them all.
Yeah, the baseball shirt. I like the baseball shirt. I might have to cop the baseball shirt.
Grab them all in a variety of colors now at thedopeones.com. Use the promo code D'Lo and KC. Check that. Use the promo code D'Lo KC. Just leave out the end. D'Lo KC gets you 10% off.
Bang. I got a sticker too, by the way.
Get a D'Lo KC sticker. That's right. Merch for the whole fam. Let's go.
Yes, indeed.
Get on there. Head over there.
I didn't know it was called a raglan tee. I just called it a softball shirt. But I might have to cop one of those. Like Don, you would know this. It's like May said, I knock my own like I'm on my own. That's what I'm doing. You're gonna be seeing me in these streets in the D'Lo takes KC shirts.
I bought a couple hoodies and t-shirts and sent them to my family yesterday, probably for them to sit in their closet and never wear. Now I got to go back and order more. How you go broke on buying your own merchandise? like man, I spent a couple $100 on shirts with my face on it.
Steven Smith. Steven, what's your middle name?
Andrew.
Oh, damn. Well, who's got to get their IQ up? Jesus.
Isn't that what we just said? Who are you talking to? Bro, do you have the volume up? Is the volume up on your screen, or you just got us on mute and you're watching our mouths move?
Oh, his middle name is Austin. He is Stephen A.
Smith. I love it. Love it.
Yeah. I knew you would know, Don. I knew you would know. That's exactly how I am. I'm gonna replay the show and blast the speakers on the way out of here.
Oh no, you ain't got to do that, Donnie. Where are you?
I think he went to go see 40 Acres and a Mule office.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah. He said he was going to do that, so I guess that's where he at now.
Y'all know that the Dope Ones like commissioned a piece for Spike Lee. Did y'all? I don't know if y'all saw that on social media. If you're not following the Dope Ones yet on Instagram, y'all need to go check that out, man. Like he put together a piece for Spike Lee.
Yeah.
Like he talked to Spike. Like, can he put this together for him? It's dope, and it's
he's still here. He's still here.
Oh, okay, I got you. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Look at our guy. I think we both clicked on it. Yeah. That's
fine,
dope, man. I can't wait to see that picture hit social media.
Yeah.
I won't ask you to wear a D'Lo and Casey hoodie when you meet Spike Lee, because I know you need to wear like a dope ones, like the dope ones collection or something like that. Hey, while you're there, could you get like a digital copy? Could you tell Spike to put out an HD version of Bamboozled? I really wanted to watch Bamboozled this weekend.
I don't think I've seen Bamboozled.
I wanted to watch it this weekend, and the only place I could find it was for rent on Amazon Prime in standard definition.
Triple H gift.
That's tough. That's tough.
Standard def.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
Oh, D3500. You know what it is, big dog.
There you go. There you go. Send us the pic
over the weekend, man.
Send us the pic.
Stuff.
Yeah, dude. I mixed it with I got this this crush like flavoring, orange crush, and it's just like this
soda orange crush.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And so I hooked the soda stream up, carbonated the water, put that in there, mixed it with the McQueen.
That McQueen go good.
Bruh.
See, it's not even. I just noticed it's not even on my thing. Where am I at? It's not even on here.
No, it sure isn't. You drank it all.
I was drinking it this weekend.
So yeah, I'll run my idea. Where did y'all come from? Why do y'all keep doing this when we would? Yo, the show is over. Can y'all follow or subscribe? Can y'all hit the subscribe button and maybe come back at like noon, Monday through Friday? Like, we're literally here every day. Like, we'll even put the little vertical banner for you. Boom.
Come on now.
Come check us out. I don't know where y'all came from, but follow, thumbs up, subscribe, whatever y'all do on Twitch. Go and get that for us real quick, because we was just getting ready to say goodbye and look up, and there's 148 people in here. All right. Okay. Oh, yeah, get on that, Valon. That's good stuff right there. Appreciate you, Stephen A.
Yes, indeed, man. Yes,
Stephen A.
Tap in too, man. Get on the chat, call us, all that other stuff.
Yeah. See if I can get this to match up with my shirt again.
That was funny. Looked like somebody put a magnifying glass on it.
That's great. Yeah, that's brutal, Lazy. Thanks for listening. We definitely didn't bring that up. Come on, Lazy. You're supposed to be here all 4 hours. What you doing? Thanks, Grant. Appreciate you.
Jeez.
Appreciate you. What, man? He's reformed. What you mean? He's a new man. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I think you got that confused with the bamboo.
Yeah, you got that. Yeah, that's
not even out yet.
The Bel Air that you can get Bel Air and white. I meant to ask Ben about that. So that bamboo isn't out yet.
It's like in 6 states, I think. It's
not
cold.
Everywhere.
Yeah,
I had an idea for I have all these ideas. Actually, Justine just texted me because I put Justine out on a mission. Ooh. Okay. Done deal. Justine texts me.
Justine, what up? Well, she might not be. I don't think she tuned into the stream. She might. I don't think
she's a streamer. She's trying to help us with the photo shoot we're gonna do with John.
Ooh.
Blames. But I need to. I guess I should just cold call a business and just be like, "Hey, could we borrow your bar right quick?"
Let me see.
You're gonna leave me his ass at home. Me always want to go out like you gonna leave me at home. Like, Mia, you can't ride. You on restriction for a little bit. She out here riding. Her ass gets sick.
Making too many moves.
Mm-hmm.
Making too many moves. He might 3,500. You might, I don't know. You should if you know who that is.
Yeah, everybody should. I need to get the.
I love how you guys come in here and take the shots at least 3 times a week, unsolicited.
Oh yeah.
He just start taking the grand shots.
Oh yeah. That's fine. I mean, I'm all hey. That's all right.
I ain't mad at it.
Yeah.
Not at all. Man. Big game today. A's, they're on fire right now. Not the Major League A's, the LYB A's.
Oh, that's the only A's we care about.
Yeah.
It's the only A's we care about.
Absolutely on fire.
How's my man doing?
He's got a batting average now.
Okay.
But, you know, he's still
it's tough.
striking out too much, man. We it's crazy because we go to practice, we go across the street to the park. You know, I'm throwing heat at him because I want him to be ready. I'm throwing heat, and he just turning on it. And we get into the games, and he can't get that bat off his shoulder.
Okay,
too many times. But we gotta. It's not okay. Damn it.
He'll get there.
We need to be there now.
He'll get there. Hey, be patient. Be patient. You willing to wait 3 years for Marvin Bagley? You can wait a couple of weeks for Reese. Hey, come on, man. Yes, Tim, you absolutely do. You absolutely do. Definitely watch that one.
Yeah.
All right, let's get out of here because y'all are just talking about Grant here at this point. Y'all are cold. And everybody loves black bottles. Grant will go get a black bottle, and then he'll tell you how he saved it and how much he contributed to the black bottles. So
I don't know if we ever talked about this on the show, but we talked about on the J Street Vibes, which we're recording one tonight.
Yeah, right. Okay.
About during that whole episode when Grant just randomly threw Mad Dog under the bus. Oh my God.
He used to use the N-word all the time. Yeah. Like tagged him in it too. Like tell him how racist you are.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not like that anymore because you know one thing that racists are known to do is reform. That's what they do.
Just threw that man all under the bus.
Take the attention off of me. Oh man.
Over under, you're out of pocket again.
Oh yeah. Over under is he got a super red hat.
Over under.
But that's all right. That's all right. Over under's here watching. That's all that matters.
He stay out of pocket. Jeez. Champagne sipping.
Oh, he is super in his feelings.
His contract is crazy. $37 million for Pascal. Jeez. It's a lot.
I can't deal with over under. I gotta go. I can't.
Come on, man.
I can't deal with over under.
Hey, do it like you out there in Selma. Come on, man.
We love.
Come on, man.
His dad marched next to John Lewis. God damn it! I think his dad was John Lewis. Wow, oh, special. Yeah, it's the YouTube chat game. Yeah, you're in a safe space. You're in a safe space, brother.
Oh, by the way, there was accusations that we select stuff from YouTube and Twitter, and we like them more. It all comes in one category. All you
like you're all in the same spot. And the reason sometimes I think you guys might see like YouTube pop up more is there's always usually like right now there's 60 still in YouTube and only 34 in Twitch. And so the ratio is normally there's twice as many people on YouTube as there is Twitch. So just by like sheer volume, there's more people talking on YouTube. Yeah, shoot, we don't care where you're watching, just as long as you're here.
Absolutely.
Even over or under.
Even
over and under. Pro Eric, they gonna throw a party together. We're just glad that y'all here. We'll get you some McQueen for that party. We love y'all. That's a good. Oh dear.
Ooh.
Did you see Jill? Are you looking at Jill's comment?
Oh my.
Yikes. That escalated quickly. Jill with the
real quick.
Jill with the dirt.
With the tea.
Jill. Jill.
With the tea.
Jill asked, that's what I get for missing my podcast with Jill. She was like, hey, what'd you think? I was like, I got the shot. I'm a little worried. Okay. Now, all right.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Thank y'all for joining. Where is that God blessing video? Goodbye to every single one of you.